Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yo, happy Friday. Yo, we done made it. Yo, my whole heart just stopped. What? What? Hold up. King James, good morning. Good morning. I see you bright and early in the drive-thru. Good morning. How you doing? Yo, look who number two, yo. Jada. Yo, good morning, Jada J. Y'all know that's the other half of It's Never Gonna Work. And you know what? As much as I drag people, I gotta give them their props when they deserve their props, because last night Jada was up working, y'all. Y'all know she on one of our projects. She on a journalism project, and she was up working, helping other people complete a project that they got to complete by 5 o'clock today. So I definitely appreciate you for being on top of that, Jada. Good morning. Hey, Cam, what's up? Good morning. Hey, Corey, I see you. I see you. You up there with the bright and early people. Good morning. Hey, Lamar. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Miss Simone. Good morning. Yo, good morning. Yo, they coming out today. You ain't never gonna believe who was number two.
Who?
Jada. Exactly. Yo. And she was up last night working on a project for the journalism project, and she was helping other people in the group chat for the journalism project. Like, yo.
Come on, Jada. Come
all the way out the grave.
Go
Jada.
Come out of the grave. We need your greatness.
Exactly. And thank you, Lamar, for your submission for the blog for Hopkins, a global entity. That's going to be a big thing. Hey, Maya, good morning. Good morning. Hey, Taylor, good morning. Jamira, okay, consistency. Yo, yay, Mira, good morning. Hey, Elder, good morning. Good morning. Q, good morning. Good morning. Hey, Cam, good morning.
To see it. Hey, Cam.
Yo, Cam, like, Miss Simone, how I get my ponytail like that?
Look, this was a blessing from God, because usually it doesn't look like this. But today's gonna be a good day. Just to flip back, get you a little a ponytail thing, wrap it around twice, and then just pull out and let it just kind of do its thing. And then sometimes I shake it, but today it's a little tight. So
yeah, man, today about to be an amazing day. We got some guests about to come on. Good morning, Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen is the leader of the Living Classroom situation. So
Marcus, that's what I'm
so he's making sure that everybody stay on point with that. Yeah, man. Look,
this morning, Miss Simone, I need my resume. I'm like, okay, what? I got you, Marcus. You were a little early for me, but I got you. Don't you worry.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about. Good morning, hardcore. Hey, what's up? Yo.
You ready for this Friday?
I'm ready for this Friday, yo. And yo, our morning crew done showed up, yo. Showed out, yo. We got James open the drive-thru. We got hardcore on eggs. We got Q on meat.
You already know.
We got Elder on the front line. Like, yo.
Because I don't play about my hash browns. We need someone quality on the hash browns.
You know what? Taylor on hash browns.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, Taylor on hash browns. Yeah.
I trust you, Taylor. Hash browns, okay.
Yes, Taylor is on hash browns. And yo, it's May 1st, yo.
I know.
A new month. The projects we talked about, those projects are officially kicking off. So we're about to really get some money in your pocket soon for just being on these success sessions. So that's a blessing. And Miss Simone bringing some really great guests today, especially for the people who were interested in the data science program.
Yes.
Today's
really a great day. And
it's a great day. Hey, Taylor said she got you on them hash browns, yo. Jada said, I got the Kool-Aid. Jada. You want maintenance is wiping the tables, sweeping the floors, clean. You got to get promoted, baby. You can't just say one good day and then you get to go behind the counter.
Okay.
You on maintenance. We need you to sweep the curb and all that stuff. Hey, hey, Ari, good morning.
Good morning.
Lamar said he want bacon. No, Lamar, you on the line making the food. Q on bacon. She on meat. Q on the meat.
Oh, cute. To make
Yeah, Q on the meat, hardcore on the eggs.
That's
that's how that's gonna go. Hey. King Core says his birthday, my A. Happy birthday.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Hey, and we got Cam. The smoothies is a special item.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah. Yo, we doing. We doing our thing, y'all. Let's get our guests up in here so Miss Simone can let us know who we working with. Get this beautiful Friday started.
Oh,
yeah. Good morning, Miss Mom. We used to seeing you early like this. How you doing?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Good, y'all. But Miss Mo be on them early calls with me. She was on the call earlier this morning with the journalism team. So y'all got a lot of good stuff coming y'all way. Y'all just got to make sure y'all stay on point, do what y'all supposed to do. Like they trying to take y'all down to DC. They trying to put money in y'all pocket. They trying to give y'all national exposure through those projects with the platform being USA Today. Like that's a big deal.
That is wonderful.
Big deal. Hey, Miss Sushma is on. Oh, hold on. Miss Sushma got that camera situation, don't she?
She blocks her camera.
Dang, Miss Sushma.
Hi, Miss Joni.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, y'all, let me know if y'all can hear Miss Sushma. Because when you put the camera on, it don't show up on the YouTube side.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you good. As long as I want to make sure they can hear y'all. Hey, y'all. Drop Miss Sushma name with some hearts if y'all can hear her.
That's nice.
Yo, they giving you some fire signs. They say, oh my God, Miss Mo and Miss Simone in one session. Yeah, yo, we might need Miss Mo in the earlier session. Look, yo, she here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Okay.
Oh, they can hear. Yep, Miss Sushma, you get some fire signs. They can hear you, so that's cool. They just can't see you. Yeah, sorry, y'all. You know what? I'm gonna get Miss Sushma a nice little picture to put up there next time so y'all can have some type of visual, especially for our kids who don't know Miss Sushma. But she's amazing. Y'all would love her. Y'all gonna love her.
That's very nice of you. I tried to figure out with the whole picture thing, but I couldn't do it on my phone. So next time, definitely there will be a picture.
Hey, y'all heard her. Picture next time.
Follow her on Instagram, Miss College. I need to go to college.
I know. Man.
We have Ashley.
Yeah, we got Miss Ashley. Hey, Miss Ashley. What's up?
I got so nervous. I was just about to message Simone, like, I don't know if I'm doing it right. I can't.
No. You good. You know, me and Miss Simone, we got our little morning routine on what we do, you know, so.
Okay, not completely understand.
It's levels to this thing.
Oh, I know.
Everyone looks so beautiful, so vibrant. Today is going to be a great day. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Miss Simone, what we doing, man? Give us the tea. What we doing?
All right, y'all. So today we are going to talk about professionalism in the digital age. Okay, so it's a lot happening. We're in quarantine. We know y'all are getting emails, texts, online class, having Zoom meeting this, Google Classrooms that, all of the above. So we wanted to give you guys some tips, some encouragement, just like some step-by-step guides, things we've learned along the way of how to maintain your professionalism, even when you're in the virtual world and beyond. So we have Miss Mo on here. Today's gonna be like a whole day that we're gonna do. So from right now, from 10 to 11, we'll be doing professional communication. We'll talk about the different types. We'll give you guys some examples. And I'm really happy to have Miss Ashley here, which I'll be quiet so she can introduce herself. But she's another one of my mentors, just amazing, amazing inside and out. Like when I think about a coworker, a boss, and a friend who really like is professional in and outside of the office, just able to help really bring her personality into the workplace and just be like, you know, the girl bosses that you see. Like she's definitely someone who comes into mind. So she's going to give some tips and examples along the way of how you can bring your personality into the professional realm and just be a boss. So Miss Ashley, did you want to tell the Heartbeats a little bit about who you are? She's also, if you guys have ever been to my office when we were not in quarantine and y'all saw all the decorations and the hearts and the flowers, Miss Ashley does all of that. The decorating, it's really, really nice. So
Thank you so much, Simone. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. It's May 1st. That's super exciting. It's a new month, and we're learning some new skills and honing the things that we do know. So I'm really, really excited to be here with you all. So thank you, Simone, for inviting me. Thank you, Joni, for having me. And I look forward to meeting the rest of you ladies as well. My name is Ashley Johnson, and I am the program administrator for a program you all may have heard of. It's called Cloud-Based Data Science Plus, and it's a 14-week training initiative for young adults in Baltimore City to teach them data science and, you know, just hopefully get them connected with jobs in the industry. And so that's primarily what I do. And I'm also, you know, kind of handy with the written word as well. So I look forward to, you know, helping, you know, bring some insight to that as well.
Ashley just has a way with words. I'm like, she will take my sentence from 0 to hero with a quickness. So we're really happy to have you here, Ashley. And then we got Miss Susma on here too, who's gonna help us talk through some templates and examples of like how you can introduce yourself as a heartbeat as you're reaching out and meeting people on the guest success sessions. Miss Susma is gonna help us walk through that. So Miss Susma, I know most of the heartbeats know you, but if there's anybody who doesn't know you, can you just tell them a little bit about your amazing self?
Oh, thank you, Simone. Hello, everyone. My name is Susma Chapagai. I am one of the mentors for HeartSmiles. And before the whole quarantine and COVID-19 situation happened, I led college readiness track. You should follow me on HeartSmiles_Susma, where I post about scholarships information.
Absolutely. Miss College. Okay, scholarships in college. And then we got Miss Mo Money. I'm so excited. Miss Mo is going to be here to help facilitate throughout the discussion, add value, and in her session from 12 to 1, we'll be back with you guys to do the video conferencing, but I'll let Miss Mo give a little insight into that before we get into professional communication. So Miss Mo, you want to tell the people?
Yeah, hey y'all, good morning. I know y'all normally see me at 12, but anybody who doesn't know me, I'm Miss Mo. I'm also a HeartSmiles mentor. And we're just here to give you, you know, this kind of professionalism in the digital age overview. So as Ms. Simone said, we're gonna talk about professional communication during this session. And then later on, we're all gonna come back again and we're going to talk about professional video conferencing. So at 12 to 1, you're going to get the different types, get some examples, and then we're going to also talk about how to bring your personality into professional appearance in both sessions. So communication in the first session and then appearance in the second session. We're just going to give y'all a whole professionalism kind of day. So any questions that are, you know, y'all have or that y'all want answered, drop them below.
Yes. This is so good. Thank you guys all for being here. So we're just gonna get right into it before the time runs out on us every time too short. But I just wanted to give you guys an overview of what professional communication is and why it's important. So professional communication is the way you speak and write in and beyond the workplace. And this can be with your colleagues or anyone you're collaborating with on kind of like a professional work project goal that you have. And they usually say that professional communication is a little bit more formal than what you usually speak, or how you usually speak. So when I think of this, you don't have to change like necessarily all the way who you are and try to put on a British accent and be formal in that kind of way. It's just like, if you know you were talking with your friends, but the way you talk to your friends and the way you would talk to like someone that, like maybe the president, you might have used a little bit of words. You might change the way you're saying things. You would use maybe complete sentences. You want to make sure the information that you're giving to people in a professional setting is as accurate as possible. It's not really the time to be like jokey until like you get a little bit more comfortable and, you know, more aware of people and, you know, you feel out the environment. But it's also just the most important thing is to make sure that however you're communicating in the professional setting, that whatever audience you're communicating to is able to understand the message you want to get across. So, you know, this is just important because the way you present yourself is usually how people will perceive you. So when you're doing professional communication, you know, we tell you guys tips about it's not what you say, it's how you say it, and just really owning your personal brand. Like this is a good way for you guys to just, you know, when you are meeting people, talking with people, when they leave and you're not in the room, how do you want them to be like talking about you and saying like, you know, oh yeah, this person reached out to me on email and they sounded like they were about their business, or this person reached out to me in their email and they were talking to me like I was one of their little friends. This doesn't really sound professional. I don't know if this is a legit project or is this spam, you know, like you want to leave whatever conversation that you consider professional, feeling confident, people know exactly what they need from you, what you can offer them, and just embodying that, whether you're in a physical location or in the internet and not like out in the workplace at a conference, anything like that. Okay. Ms. Mo, did you want to talk to us about the different communication types?
Yeah, so y'all know we have all different kinds of ways that we communicate with one another, with our employers, with our, you know, different organizations that we may be communicating with. And on the flip side, different organizations and different job opportunities communicate with us in different ways. So we're just gonna kind of talk about like email. Email, we're gonna go very in depth about email, but also like social media, so DMs and you know, posts and comments and things like that, and then also like text messages, and then messenger apps such as like Slack or you know, kind of the chat feature in Zoom, or just kind of, you know, apps that may have that messaging feature attached to them. So just recognizing that there are a million different ways to communicate with one another, and we want to make sure that if it is in a professional kind of setting, we want to make sure that we can communicate in an effective way on all platforms.
All right. Miss Sushma and Miss Ashley are gonna give y'all the tips and tricks to start out with the email, just because email is just so core. That's like one of the foundational pieces. If you can start sending a good professional email, then you can adjust and guide as you need with some of the others. So Miss Sushma.
Yes, and Miss Ashley, please feel free to jump in. Before we dive into anatomy of email, I want to briefly touch upon email addresses. Most of us made email addresses when we were in elementary or middle school. And since we were young, we chose fun or cute email addresses such as baseballbro25@yahoo.com or barbiegirlcutie@gmail.com. Though they serve as a nostalgic reminder for our school years, they come across as unprofessional in education and professional world. So my first thing that I want to stress on is that if you have email addresses such as baseball bro or Barbie Girl Cutie, definitely make another one. Try to use your first and last name, but I know that there are so many people with your name and it can be very difficult, but just think of something that you feel comfortable putting on your resume or sharing with an employer. Um, With that being said, let's go to the anatomy of email. The first thing is the subject line. Every email needs a subject line, and your subject line needs to be clear and specific about the topic of the email. The subject line should be the main point of the email. This helps clarify what your message is about and helps the recipient prioritize reading your email, because a lot of us receive a lot of emails on a daily basis. So if it's short and to the point, it will really help your recipient not overlook your email. For example, if you're writing an email to a potential employer, you can put your full name, dash, and the position you're applying for on the subject line. For example, I can say Susma Chapagan, dash, marketing associate candidate. And that will do the job. It's short, to the point, and specific. And also another thing to keep on mind while writing your subject line, avoid all caps. There's nothing worse than an email screaming a message in all caps. Ms. Ashley, would you like to add something, or should we move to greetings?
Yes. So thank you so much, Sisma. You really hit on most of the points that I had. To kind of reemphasize one of the parts, subject lines take me so long with emails. They honestly are kind of a make or break part of the email, because if your subject line doesn't draw the audience, the audience that you're writing to, your email could go unopened and be completely useless at that point. So really be mindful about, the points that Sisma made about, including your name. If it's someone who doesn't know you, may not immediately recognize your email address. And also, I just have some personal tips that I use when I write emails, like including critical information to draw interest, which Sisma kind of mentioned. Limiting the information, though, to avoid overwhelming the person. Including action words like join us, or you're invited, or response requested, to kind of let the person know what exactly they could expect from the email. And sometimes you really have to know your audience. Sometimes you already know that the people aren't necessarily going to open the emails. Maybe they're too busy, or they have tons of emails that they have to go through. So if you have something like maybe a seminar is coming up and you want them to have the information, if they can't necessarily take the time to open the email, you may just want to include, the date, time, and location, all quite briefly, of course, in the subject line. So those are just a couple of the little things that I do.
Thank you, Ms. Ashley. All right, greetings. Just like a letter, be sure to open your email with a greeting like Dear Dr. Jones or Dear Ms. Smith. Avoid using hi or hey as your greeting. That definitely will come across as unprofessional unless you are emailing someone very close to you and you're familiar with on a personal level. You can say hello, but if it's not really someone that you are not too comfortable with, or is your potential employer, definitely avoid using hi or hey. And same goes with your teachers and professors. Addressing dear or hello seems much more professional than hi or hey. Would you like to add anything, Ms. Ashley?
No, I think you pretty much covered that.
Alrighty, body paragraph. Body paragraph is where you have to kind of explain the subject line of your email. It should be clear and short paragraphs and be direct and to the point. And while writing email, one of the biggest pitfalls is tone. What would sound like a reasonable request face-to-face could sound rude or demanding in print. So please be careful, pay careful attention to the modals you use. Example, instead of writing, can you explain it more? You can write, I'm not sure I understood X. Could we meet to discuss it further, or could you please expand on it? Also, be careful using exclamation marks in an academic or professional email. You want to avoid them. Exceptions can be made when you are praising someone, such as "great job," "congratulations." Otherwise, exclamation marks can easily be misread as angry, immature, or too enthusiastic. Miss Ashley, would you like to add anything else?
I really agree with that. Please be mindful about punctuation and tone. They're so important. If you have any questions about either punctuation, tone, or anything in your email, please have someone review it before you send it. Simone and I trade emails back and forth often just to make sure that we're on target. Our tone is, professional, formal, not offensive or anything like that. Or but it's so important. So I agree with all that. And I think one of the heartbeats asked how to make an email stand out. I think probably the subject line is the primary way. I mean, of course, if you can get past that and the person that you're writing to actually opens the email, then okay, I'll get to that question too. Then you can explain more. But I think some people use the important option in emails to kind of make them stand out. Sometimes if you can kind of change the importance level of your email by adding like a red exclamation point to the email body itself, not in the email. But I would really, just like Sisma said, to use exclamation points like almost never or very wisely. I would limit whether I use the like important feature. I don't know what it's called. I can't think of what it's called right now, of an email, just because most things aren't that, imperative.
Yes, thank you for that, Miss Ashley. Closing, just like a letter, be sure to close your email. It can be, it was nice talking to you, or I hope to talk to you soon. And for signature block, you can write best, kind regards, or sincerely to as a signature, and also your first name, your last name. And I think someone asked if it is okay to put your pronouns in the signature section of the email. Wonderful question, Jada. Absolutely. And I think that is very, very necessary because we might, because, some of us might not be comfortable using he or she, so it's very important that you mention your pronouns so everybody else can address you accordingly. And please avoid ending your emails with closings like XOXO. Those are as cute as it sounds. It's good when you're texting your friends, but on email it's just not professional. Miss Ashley, would you like to add anything else?
Also in the signature block, I know a lot of times people put their title, their department, their company logo and name, company address. If the company has any social media accounts, you can include those links. And then some companies go so far as to put disclaimers about confidentiality and things like that as well. Not really in the signature line, but below that. So those are just some things that you may want to keep in mind.
And I just wanted to add one more thing about the pronouns and the signature line that Ashley actually told me, which was a good tip. It really is good to look at those pronouns, especially as you're like, maybe you want to send a reply email back and you don't want to call someone the wrong pronoun.
Yeah.
Because that automatically just kind of takes them off of anything you were planning to get from them, the message, because now they're a little, offended. And it's just a good way to make sure that you're addressing someone appropriately, just like how you wouldn't want to say their name wrong. You don't want to say their pronouns wrong. And so if you don't know their pronouns, usually look for their title and you can just address them by their title, dear program manager, dear founder and CEO, and then wait for them to reply to you, look at their signature and see if like how usually they'll end with like sincerely so-and-so, and then that's whatever they end with, you can usually take that and reply, and that's usually how they want to be addressed. So
thank you for those points, Simone and Miss Ashley. So here is a template and / example. Okay, let me go to my computer real quick because it's so tiny here, I cannot see anything. So it just touches upon everything that we talked about. It has a clear, concise subject line. So you know what your email, so the recipient knows what your email is about. It addresses people properly. Here, the person is sending an email to a professor. So, dear Professor Smith, instead of using Mr. or Miss, in case you do not know about their pronouns. And a nice greeting sets the tone. Hope this message finds you well. My name is Megan. And then identify why you were sending the email. That's the body paragraph. And I can read it to you briefly. Dear Professor Smith, hope this message finds you well. My name is Megan. I'm a first-year student at Richard Bland. I was wondering if you would have time this week to meet with me to discuss courses for next semester. I'm available any days this week after 2 p.m. Let me know what time is best or if I can provide any further information. Thank you in advance. Looking forward to hearing from you. And then we can move to the next slide. Thank you, Ms. Simone. And here is a template that I came up with, which is much more relatable to you guys because I wrote it with the perspective that I am a heartbeat, and I can read it to you. Dear Miss Jones, I hope this message finds you well. My name is Carmen Green, and I'm one of the heartbeats. We briefly met at the X event hosted by HeartSmiles at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health on March 24th, 2020. I really enjoyed meeting with you and greatly appreciate your insight into the field of marketing and entrepreneurship. As a young entrepreneur, I hope to follow in your footsteps and would appreciate your guidance along the way. I hope to stay in touch and talk to you soon. Best regards, Carmen Green. And you can add your phone number, social media account, your position, and all the good stuff that Miss Ashley told us about. And this is also where you can advertise websites or social media channels that you want to. A lot of people put that, and I highly encourage, especially for our entrepreneurs. It's always a good thing to advertise yourself and your great work. Marketing 101. Ms. Ashley, would you like to touch upon anything before we move to another slide?
The only thing that I would add is to make sure if you do add any social media accounts, they're professional social media accounts. So your LinkedIn, like Mrs. Smith said, if you have any companies or businesses that you want to advertise, definitely add those. But keep your personal social media accounts off of professional emails for sure. And someone, I believe Elder asked the question about creating a custom signature. If you go in, every email account is different, so I can't tell you exactly how to do it, but if you go to the settings in your email account, there is a specific place for signatures typically, and you can, kind of make it look as simple or as elaborate as you'd like.
Usually I go to the settings and you can search signature line, and then it'll show you like you can type your name. Usually, you could put, I always say like, tell people what you're doing. So a lot of you are students, and I know there's a lot of pride in different high schools in Baltimore City. So that could be a good way to network. So if you go to Poly, you put, Poly or City or wherever you go, and then the class of whatever year you're going to graduate, so that kind of takes out the meat in your email. You don't have to say my name is so-and-so and I am a 10th grader in this at this high school, you could just put it in your signature. And that way people know, oh, okay, they're class of 2020, they're a senior at this high school, boom. Then I would probably put maybe 2 of the main things that you're doing, or especially if people know you from a certain organization like HeartSmiles. So, HeartSmiles member, CEO and founder of whatever business you're doing, or like maybe your main activity if you're the president of a club. Really cater it to what you feel like, kind of almost like your resume. You want to put things on your resume that you feel like if an employer saw it, they would see that you have experience in that field. Same thing with your signature. Like, try to make the most important things. You don't want to have too much stuff on your signature because then it gets a little cluttered. And then you could put your phone number, your email, which might sound repetitive, but sometimes people don't have all the time to go back up to your email and figure out what email to send. So if you could just put it for them again, your phone number, and maybe a link to your social media, that's just like a good template to give them, like, 1, 2, 3, here's my name, this is what high school I go to, maybe 2 things that I'm really involved in, my phone number and email and social media.
Thank you, Ms. Simone. Those are really good points. And before, a few things to check before you hit the send button. First thing is, did you spell the recipient's name correctly? I cannot stress this enough. I have received so many emails where people have completely misspelled my name. And especially if the recipient name is a difficult one or is not as common, definitely proofread your email and make sure you spell the name correctly. Misspelling the name of the person you are writing looks unprofessional. And also, don't use a nickname unless the recipient is okay with it. For example, don't call Robert Bob. Unless you are familiar with Robert and Robert is totally comfortable using you addressing him as Bob. Did you address the recipient correctly? This goes to the greeting. So, dear Dr. Jones instead of hi, Mr. Jones. Does your email look like a text message? You don't want to write an academic or professional email the way you would speak or text. Double check to make sure you haven't used text abbreviation such as gonna for going to. I think we tend to forget sometimes, and I have made the same mistake a couple of times, especially when I was in high school. You are so familiar with texting and using shortened things, you kind of forget to not do so in emails. Proofread your email. This goes for any grammatical spelling errors or also abbreviations and shortened things. Make sure you read your email thoroughly before sending and look for grammatical errors, because if your email has any kind of spelling or grammatical errors, it can come across as unprofessional. There are various apps that can be very useful to you for that. I use Grammarly. It's been very, very useful. It's free of cost as well. And also you can ask your friend, a parental figure, a mentor to proofread your email. I know I've asked Miss Mo to look over my email sometimes. So it's completely okay to ask someone to, read and proofread your email and have those extra set of eyes look at the email. Did you include a subject line? If there is no subject line, obviously the email can get lost, especially if the recipient is someone busy and receives a lot of emails. Did you also have an appropriate greeting and closing? We already touched upon that. And did you include your attachment if you did mention it on the body of your paragraph? I think oftentimes we talk about, I have attached X to this email, but we forget to attach it actually. So it's always good to make sure that you have attached the document. Ms. Simone, Ms. Ashley, would you like to add anything else?
I think you pretty much covered everything. I saw a question about whether emails that are shortened to the point are better. I would say that, you would like to be as concise as possible, just so that the person can get through all the information as quickly as possible, but still including all necessary and really important information. So as concise as possible without, losing any of your message.
Absolutely. Huh? And kind of like, don't be afraid to like spend a little bit of time working on your email, right? So just like how you would brainstorm in a paper, like what are some things, it's okay to kind of section it off. Like, I have a few questions below, and then just list the questions. You don't have to like always put it in like a paragraph. You also like use things like bullet points in your favor if you need to. And just kind of put the most important questions at the top, because sometimes people get lost so at least like what's the one question that if you don't get it, you feel like this was a waste of your time, always put that kind of stuff at the top. And then if you need to follow up later, you can, but that would just be my tip for that as well. And
I'm sorry, Miss Simone. When you finish, I want to say something.
Okay, yeah, I think Jada asks, how do you respond to an email without sounding hostile if you've been let down or rejected? Was that a question? I think so, yeah. So, yeah, it's definitely just, take a step back. I never try to send any kind of emails, text. I never try to send anything when I'm heated in the moment. Usually a good rule when you're doing professional communication with emails, at least, I try to do 48-hour rule where I try to respond back. Now, texting, social media DM is a little different, but as long as it's not something that urgent, you can take your time and respond. And I always just thank people for their time. Thank you for at least taking the time and consideration. And I hope we can stay connected in the future. Or thank you so much for your time and consideration. I know this didn't work out this time, but I hope you will consider me in the future. Like, as long as you're grateful and you say thank you and you leave it at that, that should usually help you to not sound hostile. Okay, Ms. Wall, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you. And I just wanted to say one quick thing about autocorrect, right? So especially if we're on like a mobile device or a cellular device, autocorrect can definitely be your friend. Autocorrect has helped me in a lot of situations where I may not know how to spell a word, or I forget how to spell a word, because that is the thing, you forget how to spell sometimes. But autocorrect can also be your enemy. So in those situations where you're trying to address people, and spell their name correctly, for example, I have a very difficult last name to spell, that autocorrect might put a D where an L is supposed to be, might put an A where an E is supposed to be. And you have to be very aware that autocorrect is not always correct. So just be aware of that, and be and like Corey was saying, and like how everybody's saying, have somebody proofread it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Ms. Sisma found this great graphic that can help you guys to try to, like, as you're getting more comfortable in your professional communication and your emails, how to like spin things to work in your favor and be positive. So Mrs., I didn't know if you want to just touch on it briefly, because I know time is already running down, and I want to make sure Miss Ashley can share with you guys the core method that can help you all throughout your professional life. So if we could just touch on this briefly, and then we'll keep it going.
Yeah, absolutely, Miss Simone. So this is a very good template. I think sometimes wording can be very difficult while writing email. And I usually Google stuff. Please feel free to utilize Google. It's there, it's for free. We, sometimes even professionals have difficult time wording emails. And during that time, a friend of your, a colleague of your can be as good of a friend as Google. So definitely utilize it. And before I end this, I also save typing recipient's email address right before I hit the send button, because sometimes we tend to do that the very first thing. And while we are in the middle of writing the email, it just sends it mistakenly. And that's just so unprofessional. If that hasn't happened to you, that's great. But I'm speaking from an experience. It's always good to type the recipient's email address right before you hit the send button. All right. Thank you, Ms. Simone.
Yes, that was a great tip, Miss Sisma. Yes, please don't get caught slip because I've had that happen to me once and I had a meltdown. It's not cute. Thank you so much, Miss Sisma. All right. So now me and Miss Ashley are going to kind of go a little bit more into these other types of professional communication platforms that aren't necessarily email, but how you still need to know the ins and outs of how to communicate with them. So Miss Ashley, did you want to start us off?
Sure. We touched on many of these, since the beginning, but just a couple of helpful tips to keep in mind. A lot of companies and organizations use work messaging apps. So I know Slack is a really popular one and one that we use on our team. So if you're new to a team, if you're new to an organization, like if you're just joining HeartSmiles and you all use, I know you all use Instagram primarily, but I don't know if you all use any other media. Follow your team's lead regarding the communication style and how it's utilized. So if people do primarily use traditional social media, which we'll get to, then that's what you use. If they use Slack, then use that, and as opposed to emailing where it might get lost because people are using other forms of communication. And keep timing in mind when you message people. Um, Oftentimes on Slack and other types of work messaging apps, notifications will be turned off automatically by the app itself unless the person customizes it to ensure that people aren't being pinged at 12 and 1 o'clock if that's when you decide to work. But if you do see that the notifications are off and that's just your preferred time of day to work, then you can feel free to message the person so that you don't lose your train of thought and they still get the information that you need. As far as social media, I think it's just a good idea to avoid following or friending coworkers, supervisors, and collaborators, just because those are your private spaces and where you feel free to be yourself and vent and talk about whatever it is that you want to discuss. Um, I have a little asterisk there because if you do happen to have a friend or a coworker or a supervisor or a collaborator who is a very close personal friend of yours that you go out with, you've seen them outside of the workspace, then you can feel free to um, friend and follow them if you all are that close that you trust them enough to spend your personal time with them. But generally, I would say avoid doing so. And if you have already done like friended or followed somebody that you work with or you're in an organization with, just be mindful of pretty much everything at that point. I mean, it's kind of hard to then unfriend the person because they're looking like, where did you go? I thought we had this connection on social media. But just be mindful that if you primarily if you're talking about the company or organization, that they have access to that information. And professionalism and social media have come into a really interesting, I don't know, not conflict, but merging in the most recent years. And companies oftentimes request people's social media accounts, like their personal social media accounts when you're applying for jobs. So just be mindful of the types of things that you post in general, because you never know if someone will ask for that when you go to apply for a job. And last but not least, text messaging. I would say to use that as a last resort, unless it is your team's preferred method. It's just, I mean, I've heard of so many unfortunate circumstances where people texted bosses or, colleagues the wrong message or pictures or things that you just don't want to get confused with your professional contacts. So if you are texting professionally, make sure you keep it short and professional and then redirect to a more appropriate medium. Say, I'll follow up with you via email or I'll follow up with you on Slack or, whatever the preferred um, media is.
That's great, Miss Ashley. I'm going to pull up the core method because this is like my favorite. I want everyone to get this. Can you all see it okay?
I still see your slides.
Okay, let me try again. Here we go. What about now?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All right, Miss Ashley.
So when Miss Simone invited me to speak with you all, I kind of came up with this, just like a little mnemonic to remember when you are entering a new space, just to help with communication and just all aspects of professionalism. So I called it the CORE method, and it stands for comply, observe, remix, and then educate and elevate. So to just briefly go over the four um, categories, when you start a new job or a new, like I said, organization, join a new group, you want to, of course, follow the rules that are set before you. So if, most places have a manual, like, policies, procedures, things like that. So, make sure you come in on time, make sure you dress, in the way that they require for your job. Make sure you, follow the protocols that they have as far as like social media and not using professional resources for your personal use. Um, it just makes things easier when you follow the rules, especially when you're brand new. It just takes some of the guesswork out of, being a new person. So the second letter is O, which stands for observe. As you, get used to your new environment, just keep an eye out for things, things you may see in writing, things you may hear people say, especially unspoken cues and actions. They really tell a lot about people, companies, organizations, and just what's actually acceptable, because, companies may put one thing in writing, but they may be a lot more flexible than they appear to be originally. So just, just observe what's actually going on around you and how people interact, and see if, you know, if there's any place for you to insert your own flair. And this is where remix comes in. And, once you get more acclimated, you feel more comfortable, you've been there for a little while, you can then really infuse parts of yourself where you may not have felt comfortable as a brand new person. So if you see that some of the staff wore suits and you came in like super formal most of the time, as you spent time there, you realize that business casual attire is actually really commonplace. You may wear your favorite graphic tee, with a blazer and some nice jeans, not like holy jeans, just to show your personal style a bit. Some places like Hopkins is surprisingly, at least our department, I can't speak for all of Hopkins, is extremely casual. Sometimes people wear shorts and sandals, but I wouldn't say to go that far. But if you have some like really cool sneakers that you like, and it's acceptable, like you've seen other people wear casual shoes, you can wear those. If you see that your team is like kind of lighthearted and silly, you all have like a really tough project that's going on like we do right now, you could, send out some silly memes or videos to help like lighten the mood. But it really just infuses yourself into your position, into the company, and it really brings a richness and level of just personalization to what you're doing, and it allows people to get to know you a little bit better too. So lastly, after doing all these things, you really educate your team and the company on who you are, and how you you can make work fun. You spend most of your time, way more of your time, at work than you do at home. Not unfortunately, but we do spend more of our time at work than we do at home. So you want to be comfortable, you want to enjoy yourself, and you want to enjoy the people that you spend that time with. So you get to educate them on who you are, and you get to elevate yourself to a new professional level, a new level where you feel more comfortable and feel more just, I don't know, more you, because you just know how to navigate their processes, but also be true to who you are. And that was just a quote that I found. It says, "Every next level of your life will demand a different version of you," which kind of comes about naturally, I think. So Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Miss Ash. I love the core method because it really is key. And I think that's why you soar so much in the professional realm. Like, I think, like you said, the first thing to do, don't come in, try to do all the new stuff. Like, just come in and follow directions. It's already nerve wracking trying to start a new job. So just follow directions as best you can. Smile. That already shows you're one step ahead because you're at least doing what they say. Then observing, that is so key because there's so many unspoken rules in every culture or workplace. So just take some time to really watch people, watch how they communicate. Do they text? Do they DM? How do they dress? And then that remix is key because once you're in there for a little bit, then you can start adding your own spunk and your own flair. Oh, is my team sarcastic? I can be a little funny then. I can show them this, I can show them that, and then educate and elevate. Miss Ashley, this is great. I appreciate you so much. And I wanted to make sure we get to Cam's question that she asked about her signature line, because I feel like that again goes with the core method too. And it's such a great question. Cam asked, when you are doing your signature line, should you switch it and kind of customize it based on the person you're talking to, kind of like code switching? And I think that is something you kind of should do. So I know in one of my jobs, like it was full of professors and PhD people. And I just knew that I'm like, why do they not have a signature line? They would just be like best in their first name. So best Karen and Susan and all this stuff. And I'm like, I have Simone Sawyer, class of this, all of the every email in my degree. And then I realized they're way more relaxed. And like sometimes it could be a little off-putting to keep putting like all the information. So you could just, so I learned and I saw, okay, I can just say, you know, all my best and then Simone. And that's all because they know who I am, they know my position, and they don't need all that. They just want a response from me. But people I'm first meeting who might not know anything about me, then I want to put all of that information there for them to know. So like Miss Ashley said, like just try to observe, like really take your time, step back, look at how people are communicating with you, and then adjust accordingly. But that's a great question. Why are we out of time?
I know it always go too quick, don't it?
So
Took
sad.
us all the way up. I gotta get y'all jewels, and then I'm gonna let y'all have a great weekend. Well, Ms. Mo, we gonna see you later.
You gonna see all of us, just except for Miss Ashley.
Ah, I know that's right. Miss Ishma, can we start with you? Let's get your jewel real quick.
Yeah, communication works for those who work at it. John Powell. You guys are beginners, some of you might be intermediate, and some of us might be advanced in this whole communication scenario. Practice makes perfect. We all start with baby steps, no matter if it's email, DMs, or just talking in person. So don't be too hard on yourself and just go with the flow, but be mindful of your tone and wording and language, and everything will go well. Thank you.
Yeah. And Miss Ishma, you had a lot of love in the comments. A lot of people were saying they miss you, how you been, all that stuff like that. So yeah.
Likewise, heartbeats, love you, miss you, and can't wait the whole COVID-19 to go away so I can see all of your beautiful, amazing faces. Miss Johnny, I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me? No, I'm talking about me. I'm talking to Miss Ashley now.
Oh,
We get her
lovely.
jewels. Yeah, no, you good.
I would just say to go with your gut in so many circumstances. Just really feel, like really take the time to feel the situation and the people that you're working with and speaking with and communicating with. You know, you can read a million articles, look at all the infographics and all the things, but if you don't use your heart in the whole situation, you can kind of miss out on a lot of really important information. And also don't take things personally. People go through so much that has absolutely nothing to do with us, nothing to do with work a lot of times, but we're all human and we all kind of come to work and to just every day with the stuff that we're dealing with. So if, you know, if somebody seems like they're a bit off and they may have been a little short with you in an email, or you know, their face is a little broken down one day, really just take the time to reach out to them after the interaction and say, you know, I just wanted to check on you, see how you were doing. You seem like you were a little off, not really yourself. and I just wanted to make sure you were okay. That goes such a long way, and people really do appreciate that, because people don't realize how, you know, they're necessarily being perceived, and they just appreciate, you know, just a heart to heart sometimes with just another fellow human being.
Love it. Thank you so much, Miss Ashley. Miss Mo, real quick, because I got to bring this next guest on.
Oh, you know I'm quick. Mine is don't let professionalism suffocate you. So always bring that personal touch in your personality and let it shine through.
Yeah, Miss Simone, take us out.
You are a CEO, so start talking like it, walking like it now.
Hey, thank y'all so much for a powerful session. Miss Simone, we'll see you Monday, 10 o'clock. Thank you so much for our amazing guests. Y'all, we about to go right into another great session, so I'm excited. Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
Bye. See you all.
Y'all, all the girl bosses on here, man. I love it. And we got another girl boss coming up. This is Miss Carrie Wright. So for everybody who's interested in the data science stuff, like this is your conversation. That biostatistics stuff, yeah, man. We keeping it going. Let's bring Miss Carrie on here. I know, y'all, this stuff was needed, wasn't it? Hey, Miss Carrie. It says connecting. It's almost there. Yeah, Taylor, I love that jewel too. Don't take it personally. That jewel was amazing. There she go. Hey, Miss Carrie.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm great. It was wonderful seeing Ashley and Simone talking about everything, and I haven't seen them.
My
I usually see them every day.
What powerful session. Like just so much great and timely information, especially for our young people, because, you know, they are stepping into leadership, doing different projects. And I tell them all the time, like, look, everybody don't communicate through Instagram. You got to start migrating to email. So like a lot of the stuff they were talking about was very timely as far as right now where they are. But I'm excited to have this conversation with you. So I looked at the thing and it said the biostatistics. Am I saying that word right?
You are, yeah, that's correct.
I am, okay. All right, so before you tell us what the heck biostatistics is and what data science is, can you just kind of, you know, tell us like who you are? And our young people, I tell you, they like for you to spill all the tea. So they want to know like where you came from, how you grew up, what led you into the work that you're doing now. And then I know that you have some stuff you want to present to us and we can get right into that.
Yeah, so I have some slides that also include some information about who I am and where I came from.
Yeah.
So, I guess I might share my screen now. Are you seeing PowerPoint?
Yes, it's a little, well, there we go.
Let me make it present. How's that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna tell you how I came to be in biostatistics. So I grew up in New Mexico, which a lot of people haven't necessarily heard of or been to unless they've seen Breaking Bad. That's generally how people know about it. It really put us on the map. But generally, we're kind of an isolated place. But I think it's a really great place, and so I like telling people about it. I think it's a really beautiful place. You can see there's mountains, which in Breaking Bad they never filmed for some reason. I'm not sure why. I think it makes it look less desolate or something. So it's a desert, a high desert. So it actually gets cold. There's some snow, and it's a really unique place. There's a rich history there with the Native American culture and the Spanish, and we eat really different food. We have chili, so if you like hot food, it's a great place. So there's red and green chili there. But yeah, it's culturally very different from the East Coast, and I had a bit of a struggle getting used to life here. But I'm really glad that I did it, because I've learned so much by leaving where I was from and exploring the world. So yeah, so that's where I'm from. So this next slide is really about how I came to discover research. So when I was growing up, my mother and my grandmother were really into what's called genealogy. And so genealogy is basically studying your family history and where you came from. So you've probably heard of like ancestry.com and things like that. But before that existed, before we had genetic testing that was super fancy like that, people had to basically look at records. So like marriage records and census and things like that. And so my grandma and my mom would spend hours and hours at the library, at the genealogy library, doing research, investigating where our family came from. And they would take me with them. So from a very, very early age, I saw these women, you know, that were so important to me, being super invested in investigating something. And that this idea that where you came from was really important. And that really got me thinking about traits, genetic traits, and how those are passed from one generation to another. And I thought that was just really fascinating. And so I transitioned from being interested in genealogy to genetics, and the biology behind that had just became super, super fascinating to me. And I was also inspired because my grandfather has a PhD in inorganic chemistry, and he was the first person in his family to get a college degree, and he just went all the way, just all the way. And I've just always been so proud of him and inspired by him. And so I felt like, yeah, I could do something like this. So I didn't know a lot about how to do that, and we're going to talk about that. So it was an interesting journey, but it's been a great one. So, but I have some images here. So some people probably have seen family trees, and I think it's just really fascinating how similar genealogy is to genetics, because here's a tool that people use to look at how diseases are passed from generation to another. And you can see how similar it looks to a family tree. So. Oops, there we go. Okay, so I was interested in research, but I didn't really know what it took to do research. And this is something that I've discovered over time. And the big thing that I've learned is that research takes a lot of character. It's really about having integrity and diligence, being super persistent, having a lot of courage, because you have to defend your research in front of other people, and you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to have to live up to those mistakes. And it's much more challenging from that standpoint than I ever expected. But it's a great career. I highly recommend it. So this is some depictions of how I thought my path would be. So I sort of expected that it would be similar to school. So I had always been pretty successful as a student, and if I worked really hard, I could get where I wanted to. And so I sort of expected it would be this straight path into what I wanted to do. But in reality, it did not feel like that at all. And so it felt more like this maze where I felt lost sometimes. I felt like I didn't know where I was going or where I was headed. And at the same time, sometimes there were these really helpful people or moments where I'd have a bridge that would take me across, and I would make a huge leap. So, you know, really looking out for people who can just share and mentor with you, mentor you, can be really super useful. So always looking out for that. So, but in the big picture reality, even though it felt like a maze, it's been a curvy, windy path, and I've made some pretty big changes, but overall it's been, if you zoom out, more straightforward than it felt. Okay, so some information about my education. So I went to the University of New Mexico. I stayed in New Mexico. People tend to do that there. There's a joke, they call it the university near mom, UNM. Yep. And for me, that was really true too, because I'm super close with my mom. But I got a double science major in biology and chemistry. Never expected to double major in chemistry. I hated it in high school. But then when I got to undergrad, I had a really great professor, and I thought, wow, this is amazing. Maybe I could actually do this. And it was very hard, but I got through. And I basically had this idea that I was interested in fundamental genetics. And so I wanted to get into research and get some experience. So I learned about a lab by going through everybody's personal website and researching all the professors and trying to figure out who I could talk to start doing research, which is an uncomfortable experience in general, especially for someone like me, because I tend to be shy. But I put myself out there, and to be honest, sometimes people weren't very receptive, but other times they were, so that worked out. And so I went to someone thinking that they did plant biology, and I was really interested in how plants mated, but they had turned to working on fish. So therefore, I worked on fish. So that was my my first research experience, was watching fish mate with one another and marking it down on a piece of paper and just sitting for hours outside looking at these tiny, tiny fish that were about that big and seeing how they mated. And I didn't like that as quite as much as I'd hoped, because I wanted to get more into, well, part of the problem was the fish didn't necessarily mate when you wanted them to. They live on their own, method. And so if it was cloudy, they wouldn't mate. And then I basically just sat there for hours for no reason. So it was, it's always an adjustment to get used to something new. And so that wasn't quite working for me. Although I think that conservation biology is so very important. And I have a lot of friends who research fish, and I think that's really great. But the wonderful thing for them is that they go out into the field and collect fish specimens, and they get to be outdoors. And so that can be really exciting. And I think if I'd stuck with it, I could have done something like that. But I also had a family friend that worked at the School of Medicine. And so I started thinking about contacting people at the School of Medicine. So I was really interested in nutritional genomics, which is this idea that your genetic background can influence what nutrients, how well you can absorb certain nutrients. And so that we need to think about nutrition and genetics at the same time. And so I went and spoke to someone who said that they did that on their website. But when I got there again, they said they didn't do that. So surprise, surprise. So I ended up doing something else yet again. So I started researching alcohol exposure during pregnancy, or fetal alcohol syndrome, which involved exposing mice to alcohol and in utero, so when they were pregnant. And then, or actually at first I started with rats. And then after the pups were born, we would research those pups to see how their cognitive abilities were, and if we could help them out to improve their cognitive abilities. So that was really interesting.
That's awesome, really cool stuff. I got a question in the chat from Lamar, and thank you to some of the other folks who already started to answer it, but he wanted you to explain, what does it mean to double major?
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can actually get 2 majors simultaneously. So that's what it means to double major. So initially I went in just intending to major in biology, and I thought I might minor in French or music because I really liked French and music. And then I realized that that maybe I would minor in chemistry. But if you take a few more classes, you can actually get a degree in both fields. So that's what I did. It's a great option because it's usually not that much harder than minoring in the other field, but it is more work, of course. So
Yeah, so he said, so if I went, could I double major in anything, or are there restrictions?
So the nice thing with biology and chemistry is there was some overlap. I was required to take some chemistry courses for my biology degree, although there wasn't that much overlap, but there was a bit. If I had double majored in music and biology, that would have been much harder because it would have taken more class time. And so it's harder from that standpoint, not necessarily from material, although I think a music degree is very challenging. But yeah, so but I think if you're interested in 2 different fields, it's a really great option. And I think that we're moving into a more interdisciplinary world. So I would recommend it. It's also nice to have that other degree to fall back on. So I always felt secure that if I decided that I didn't actually like biology, I could do chemistry if I wanted to. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, y'all, keep dropping your questions in the chat. I'm gonna make sure your questions get answered. So yeah, thank you so much.
sure. How do I? There we go. All right. So then I applied to graduate school. So my undergrad took 4 years, as it typically does. And then I was in graduate school for 5.5 years. And I went immediately from undergrad to graduate school. And I was really able to do this because I was in a program that helped people to navigate that. And the system is different for each field and it can be very confusing. So I highly recommend looking for programs like that. So they helped me to pay attention to the fact that I needed to take the GRE and that taking it earlier was beneficial, and they helped provide training for that. So that was really useful. But also knowing that having this experience in research that I already had was really good, and how to use that to help myself get into graduate programs, and also that I should present my research at a conference, and that would be very useful on my resume, so or my application. So that was really invaluable support. But then once I got to graduate school, I was kind of confused about what to focus on. And so I ended up selecting a program that was what's called an umbrella program. So they allow you to focus on very different things. So I would have peers who studied cancer biology, infectious disease, and neuroscience, whereas other programs were very tailored and specific to neuroscience, or even potentially more narrowed down. And so I had applied to schools for genetic programs because, again, I still really was interested in genetics. And I almost went to a different school for that, but decided last minute to stay with an umbrella program. I had gotten really interested in the brain. So I was really interested in neuroscience. I was interested in mental health. I was interested in bacteriology, which is the study of bacteria. Maybe I should have been interested in virology, the study of viruses. It would be very relevant today. Yeah, so I had all these varied interests, and I was talking to all these professors trying to figure out where my new home would be. And the first year of a lot of graduate programs is courses, and rotations where you try different labs out and you see if you fit with the people in the lab, which is really, really important. And if you like the research, because not all research is the same. It can be very, very different. So I did a lot of animal work, working with rats and mice, and found like over time that although I enjoyed that and the questions that you could ask with that, I struggled with it a bit because I felt bad about the animals. So that was a personal struggle for me. Yeah, so
I about the rats.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you get close to them, you know, some people like animals.
Oh no, Carrie. Oh no.
They're not like the rats, you know, out in the city. Those are different.
Oh, they not the West Baltimore, because I'm about to be like,
Yeah, no, I'm not about to start hugging any of the rats out here. I'm not doing that. I definitely get very disturbed when I see one when I'm walking around. I don't like it. But I also don't like sacrificing them. So yeah, but sometimes it's necessary to answer certain questions. So and then I went on these like tangents too, where there were things that I didn't even know I would be interested in. So I talked to some people who did epidemiology, which is kind of funny because now I'm closer to doing that. And I thought about doing it, but I would have been the first student in the program, and I was a little worried about that, so I didn't do that. Environmental toxicology, I thought that was fascinating, looking at air pollution and how that affects us. And sleep, I think sleep is super fascinating. But anyway, it all culminated into me working in a lab actually 2 labs, a lab that did brain imaging, so MRIs, where we can look at the structure of the brain. You can also look at activity, but in my case, I was looking at the structure. And also a genetics lab at the School of Medicine, and trying to better understand the genetic basis of schizophrenia. And I really, really liked the research that I did with my advisors. It was a really great experience. So I had my 4 years of undergraduate in biology and chemistry. I got a PhD in biomedical sciences, doing the research on brain imaging and genetics and schizophrenia. And then I did 5 years of postdoctoral training here in Baltimore. So that involved working at the Lieber Institute for Brain Development, which is affiliated with Hopkins. And they study all sorts of brain disorders, mostly from a genomics or genetic basis. And so that involved a lot of pipetting and a lot of data science. And so the data was quite large. We'd have lots of gene expression values to look at, and lots of samples. And so that really got me involved with computer programming and data science. I had done data science in graduate school, but I really dove much deeper in my postdoc, and I never would have thought that that's what I'd be doing. But you know, life takes you on interesting journeys. So now I work in the data science lab at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and I work on data related to public health, and I still also work on some data related to genomics. So yeah, it's been an interesting ride, and I'm excited to see where I end up next, because I'm sure it'll keep changing and being interesting. So yeah, that's one of the great things about research.
Wow, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. So we have a few kids who are actually interested in the data science program. So I'm not jumping ahead by asking you about that, Emma, or you got that somewhere already?
I mean, I will talk about what data science is a bit more, but
okay.
So I don't know if you want to wait till then, but
okay, I'm gonna wait for that. Because I'm sure they may have questions too, because it's like you kind of understand what it is just by the the title of it, but then not really. It's like, you know, really like what
Yeah. They're both vague words, kind of, right? Like science is a huge word, and so is data, which we'll talk about what data is, because even to I am surprised what new data sources there can be. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay, so fields of research. So I talked a little bit about some of the fields that I got into, and I think I listed quite a few. But it's super, super diverse. You can research in math and physics, and you can study space, and you can study the psychology of dogs. You can do philosophy, anthropology. It's really, really vast. So you can study music. You can study how music affects people. You can do clinical research, where you study what methods might be better treatments for different diseases or different surgical methods, etc. So yeah, it's a really vast.
Jada has a quick question for you. Jada says, where do you think you would be if it wasn't for your family showing so much interest in genetics?
I don't know. I really don't know. I might have gone into English, something related to writing, I think, because I always really enjoyed that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would have ended up in science. That's a really interesting question that I've never asked myself. Thanks. Yeah, I think, you know, all these moments, you know, like seeing this today or talking to your family members or friends, they can be really impactful. So yeah, I think that's why it's really good to engage in things like this, because you never know what you're going to see.
Great point. Yeah, thank you for that.
So then after being in research for a bit of time, I am still trying to understand all the different sectors that you can work in and how those differ. So basically, I was fairly familiar with academia. Everybody starts in academia because that's where you get your degree, and you can continue to stay there and work at a university. But you can also work for the government. You can work for industry, so pharmaceutical companies or other companies, or you can work for nonprofits, which sort of feel a bit like industry and academia combined, in that you generally have access to more funding, and some of what you work on is proprietary, and so you can't necessarily share it with everyone. And so it's really a personal decision about what fits you best. And I definitely have peers that now work in industry and government, and so it really depends on what makes sense for you. And it's a tricky question because it's hard to even understand what it's like in each different sector, because I think most people get a lot of experience in academia because they're there, and so people come back showing what it's like to have a career in academia, but people don't necessarily come back from government or industry or nonprofits to explain what their careers are like. So if someone has more questions about that, they can feel free to contact me. But yeah, just to know that there's other options outside of working in a university. You can make more money outside of university. But you have to kind of play by the rules of someone else, and they kind of dictate what you work on, which may or may work for you. There are other benefits, like you generally end up working in a larger team than you would in academia. Academia can be a bit more isolating, but you generally also have options to collaborate with people all over the university or in other universities. So yeah, it's an interesting career, and it can be quite diverse. So also there's a lot of different jobs that you can do out of having a degree in research that people aren't generally aware of. So besides doing actual research, you can work on science communication. So trying to explain to people what other people's research is about. And this has been extremely important with the pandemic. So explaining what the testing that we're doing actually does and how sensitive the testing is and what that means for people. So that's super important. Also, policy is super important. So again, related to the pandemic, figuring out how much we should fund certain things and how much we should focus on certain types of research. So that's really important. Entrepreneurship, you can develop your own medical device or something like that, and that can be really exciting. Consulting, you can kind of work on your own, but basically contract with other people to help them with the research that they're doing using your expertise. You can do education, which is kind of what I do now, teaching other people how to do research, and technology development, which I think is pretty straightforward. But so there's a lot of options besides even doing the science itself, which I think just in general, the idea that there's a vast number of options for basically every field and every degree that we probably don't realize. So I think keeping your options open, being open-minded, and trying different things is really helpful.
Awesome. David has a question for you. David says, so my first 2 years of high school, I was messing up. Now is my 11th grade year, and I've been on a principal role. If I keep this up, will I get into a decent school to pursue my engineering career?
You certainly can. And I think that if you write in your statements that you send with your application to explain how you changed your mindset and you're really focused now, I think that would be really, really helpful. I think those personal stories really go a long way.
Yeah, that's good advice, because I think people undermine that. They want to try to hide it and not use it to show their strength and show their resilience. So great point. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I think owning it is the best way to go. Yeah, so I wanted to talk a bit about myths about research in general, and then later I'll get into data science. So I was very surprised by a lot of things about graduate school. And one of the things was that it's very little school time, even though you're in school. It's kind of confusing. So you're not actually studying, going to lectures, reading books necessarily. There's some of that. And in my program, the first year had a lot of that. And then the subsequent years had smaller amounts of classes. But the rest of the time was actively doing research. So you get to do research pretty soon. And it's guided by advisors who make sure that you're doing the right thing. And depending on whose lab you get into, some advisors are really hands-on and they're watching what you do, whereas other advisors are really hands-off, and you need to be self-motivated and you need to think about how you're going to do your experiments, and they're not going to keep track of you to make sure that you're doing your work. So you have to do it yourself. So that was a big surprise. And I remember my roommate at the time said one day, man, you don't do very much homework. I'm very concerned about you because you're not doing a lot of homework. And that was just because she expected that I would be doing a lot of classes and homework. And I was working a lot, but not really homework. It was just doing the research and, collecting data and analyzing the data, that sort of thing. So also what skills were necessary and helpful for research were somewhat of a surprise. It actually involves a lot of planning, much more so than doing, because typically the resources that you're using to do the research tend to be expensive, especially in biology research. So you can't waste those resources. You might have a very limited amount, so you have to make sure that you use them well, which can be quite stressful. And you need to make sure that you're using the right method and that your experimental design is correct. And so that actually ends up being a lot of what you do. And then interpreting what you find correctly, that ends up being the majority of the time. There's also a lot involved in basically having integrity in what you're doing day to day and intention. So being really careful, particularly with experiments. You know, again, you don't want to waste those resources. You also don't want to injure yourself or the people that you're working with. So sometimes research can be a bit dangerous. And so you have to be very careful and safe, and also observant the whole time. You need to be thinking maybe that, you know, you might get some slightly different result than you expect. And or something sort of tangential might happen that ends up being really vitally important. Like, for instance, the way that we discovered penicillin. This is not a good practice, but someone left a sandwich in the lab, and the bread got moldy, and then the bacteria that was near the bread mold wasn't doing very well. And they thought, oh, that's weird. Maybe there's something to that. So you should not eat in the lab, definitely not, but but you should notice how things might happen that you don't expect, and you could just, you know, breeze past it because you're focused on what you initially planned, but you might be missing a really critical discovery. So that's really important. And
wow,
also,
that is amazing.
yeah.
So, on the 4th floor in the Bloomberg building, those labs right there, that's the reason why they have those like things on the wall for people to put their sodas and stuff like that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because some of those labs work with radioactivity, or they work with really dangerous pathogens like Ebola and things like that. So they don't want to mix that with their food. That is not healthy.
Wow.
Yeah. And so another important thing to remember about your mindset is that science and research is really about questioning everything and not taking anything for granted. So, you know, initially it was common knowledge that the world was flat, and everybody accepted that. And so science is really about not accepting what everyone thinks and thinking, well, maybe something else could explain this. Maybe it's not quite what we think it is. And so I think that's a really wonderful thing about science. It really keeps you humble in that way, or it should. There are definitely some egos in science, but the best way is to really be questioning what you're doing all the time. Is there a better method? Are we assuming things correctly? You know, are there any weird tangential results that we're getting that might indicate something else? So another myth is that you will learn everything you need to know in school, and then after that you're set, and that is entirely false. Yeah, basically what graduate school is for is to learn, how to teach yourself. And like, researchers Google all the time. They don't know what they're doing. And they'll try something new, and they've never done that before, so they have to ask people how to do it. And so you're just learning for the rest of your life. And I think that's really great too. It's frustrating though, and sometimes it's super exhausting, and sometimes I just want to know what I'm doing and feel like I know what I'm doing, but you know, it's also less interesting that way. So also, a big myth is that researchers just do research. That's definitely not true. So a huge aspect of that is time management and prioritization. So like I said, planning out how you're going to do your research, trying to get grant funding. So planning out what you're going to do for the next few years, actually, and then asking people to give you money for that. And everything has to be planned to the T. Like, you really need all the details planned out, which can be challenging. But also a lot of public speaking, writing, teaching, and collaboration. You have to work with a lot of different people, and generally from very different backgrounds, from different fields. You might be working with engineers or mathematicians, and they might be from foreign countries or from different parts of the US, which is one of the best things about it, I think, too, because I've learned so much from that. Also, a myth is that research involves a deep knowledge of just one subject area, and that's kind of true, but you also need to keep your peripheral vision focused on other fields as well. And this is really, really true today, because we're starting to understand that a lot of issues are going to take cross-disciplinary research. So multiple people, like we need physicists and biologists to look at diseases to figure out how to solve cancer, for example, how to better treat cancer, I mean. And so one of the most interesting examples of that, I think, is with psychiatric disease. We're starting to learn that not only is genetics and neuroscience, or the study of the brain important, but also immunology. So how we take care of our bodies to defend ourselves against pathogens, and also the digestive system. So it turns out that we have a lot of neurons in the gut, and that our gut and our brains might actually talk to each other much more than we thought. And so how we eat might actually affect the way that we feel. So that's really fascinating. So general suggestions for getting into research, I would suggest getting experience as much as possible, as early as you can. And the way you do that is talking to people, and you will get turned down. And sometimes people will be darn right mad at you. I'm not really sure why exactly, but I think it's because research can be stressful. And so if you catch them on the wrong day, then yeah, they might be a little bit mean. But it's again, don't take that personally. It's not about you. They're dealing with something else. Also look out for programs that help get people into that phase of their career, like going from undergrad, for example, to graduate school. Those are super, super important programs. So apply for any opportunity you see. I had an office mate in graduate school who would do this, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll do that. And I started getting accepted for some of the opportunities I applied for. And so I ended up going to Germany to do a research thing there, and that was really fun. So you never know what you're gonna end up doing when you apply for things. So you might as well apply. I mean, the worst thing that's gonna happen is you spent some time and you didn't get it. And then you can use your application for something else. So yeah, speaking to people, you never know who you're gonna meet. You might be at a concert, like you just never know, or a restaurant. So keep that in mind. And so acting professionally is always a good call in most environments. And then, yeah, keep your eye out for tests for if you're, in high school, make sure you take those tests early for getting into undergrad, and also tests for graduate programs. So when you get to undergrad, keep in mind that there will be another series of tests if you're going to go to graduate school. They just never end. No, they do. Okay, so a little bit about the research that I do specifically in those fields. So as I said, my PhD is in biomedical sciences. And so biomedical research actually covers so many different topics that I didn't necessarily expect. Like, for instance, I do a lot of computer science now. I didn't know that I'd be doing all this programming, which is really interesting. It also involves a lot of chemistry, as you might expect, but also math and statistics and physics. So there are people who are called biophysicists, and so they study the physics of how enzymes and things interact in the cell, and so that's actually a field. Yeah. And then bioengineering is also a really fascinating field that I would recommend checking out. And then degree programs are confusing, and there really isn't one path to doing a particular type of research, because what I do now is at the School of Public Health. So I could have gotten a degree in public health, but I didn't. I got a more basic science degree. But you can see here, there's so many degree options that you can get from each different type of school. So, you know, clinical research, you generally get a degree from a medical school. My degree is from a medical school. I have a PhD, I don't have an MD. So PhDs are generally for science or hard, you know, basic science, rather than an MD, which would be medical. So I don't have clinical training, but I got my degree from a medical school. But you can also get a master's degree or all sorts of things. So you don't necessarily have to get a doctorate, but you can, and that affords you more options. And I think that my story really shows that you can change fields. So as long as you get whatever is necessary to start out, you can transition. But yeah, talking to people about how they got to where they did is really useful to figure out what degree you should get.
Yeah, that's a lot. Maya wants to know, of all your accomplishments, which one are you most proud of?
Wow, that's a good question.
It is, and you've done a lot.
I think it would be, I did this analysis during my postdoc where I compared a bunch of methods for analyzing a particular genetic factor, which people have been less focused on as a field, but I'm for some reason kind of obsessed with. And so I felt like, you know, my personal addition to it was my love of that particular genetic factor. And, you know, that was my unique perspective that was added to the field. And I discovered, you know, that there were some nuances that people needed to pay attention to in the way that they analyzed this, because otherwise we're actually getting slightly incorrect results. And so I feel like that will have the largest effect probably, because that could affect people that study cancer or the brain or anything that involves this genetic factor. So I think I'm most proud of that. Also because it was really, really hard. So I worked with a great coworker named Nina, and we spent hours and hours and hours in the lab, sometimes on the weekend or in the evening, and we would do 12-hour experiments. And yeah, it was just really hard. So yeah, I'll never forget that experience working with her.
Wow. This is an interesting question too. How do you plan your time at work and even at home? Because I know scientists do a lot of writing and explanations.
That's a great question. I always struggle transitioning from one task to another because, like I said, research involves so many different things. So you will spend potentially months gathering data and you're not writing at all necessarily. And then you need to put on your writing hat and you're going to write for a month. And so that first week is really rough. And so honestly, I think of the Nike "Just Do It" slogan a lot. It's also how I convince myself to work out. It just, yeah, once you start, it gets so much easier, but it's that initial hump of getting over, I gotta, you know, get my Word document out and start writing something. And also just not putting so much pressure on yourself that the first thing you write is going to be a perfect product, but just getting something done, and then you can go back and perfect it. Because I'm much better at motivating myself to edit something than I am to start from scratch. So yeah, I think just doing those baby steps really helps. And also kind of rewarding yourself with little tiny things that you like, you know, like, well, if I write a paragraph, I will let myself text my friend. Yeah. So I think I apply that in my life in general, is little rewarding things and trying not to judge myself, which is hard. I definitely do it all the time. And that's probably the biggest limiting factor that I have, is that I'll get wrapped up in my mind thinking like, I don't know how to do this. Like, I don't know if I'm capable, and just shutting those thoughts out and being like, yes, I notice you, but we're going to keep going. We're going to try anyway.
Yeah, that's good stuff. We only got about 6 minutes left, and we've really got to get into the data science, y'all, but these are some great questions. And I'll make sure that I connect you guys with Miss Carrie too. If Miss Carrie, you want to be connected?
I do. That'd be great.
Yeah, awesome. All right, data science.
Data science. All right. So data is critical to all research. There isn't any research that doesn't involve data. I think that is one of the biggest takeaways, hopefully, from what I'm presenting here. So I'm biased, of course, but I think that data science is really cool. But I think that's a really important thing to remember. So what is data? That's a difficult question, actually. So I think we all know about numbers. You know, we think about counts, the number of people that are getting infected with the virus, for example, that sort of thing, and maybe the dates that they got infected or that they came to the hospital. But also things like Boolean events, so that's binary, like whether something happened or it didn't. But also, more surprisingly, data can be pieces of audio, so people speaking. It can be text. So text mining is a big part of data analysis. It can be super annoying because it's pretty challenging. Looking at images, so looking at individual voxels of an image, and video. So, and this is not an inclusive list or a complete list. There's many other forms of data. And so being open-minded about what data is also an important thing to keep in mind. And then there's vastly different sizes of data. So if you do general what is called wet bench science, so meaning that you're actively working in the lab doing experiments, you tend to have smaller data. Like if you're working with rats, for example, you can't have 10,000 rats because that would be impossible. But you might have 30. So your data relative to someone who's working in a different lab might be really different. So you might have 30 rats, let's say, or if you work on, I actually made this slide for something else long before the pandemic. So this is kind of weird that it's about the flu and I'm showing a virus. But anyway, it might be about the counts of patients. And so now we know that that can be a really large number, or it could be something in the hundreds or thousands. And then, you know, counts of cells, people that look at cells, that can be in the hundreds or tens. And, you know, you might individually be counting those things. So that's what we think of as more of small data or regular size data. And then there's what people call big data or larger data. So big data generally has these thresholds where it has to be above a certain number. But anytime you start working with data that's to the point that it's not easy to use Excel or something like that to study it, then we start getting into these needing data science to deal with it. And so, for example, looking at genetic data or imaging data of the brain like I have done, or perhaps you have survey data from thousands of people on an app, that starts to get really complicated. And that's where data science comes in. So data science is really about dealing with really any size of data, but it's typically applied to larger data because it's just inherently difficult to work with. And so it's dealing with the computer science involved with the programming of dealing with that data, but also the statistics and the scientific method of thinking about the data. And it's really kind of an art form. Each data set you get is different, and each one you have to explore, and you will figure out that there's basically every time there's something weird about the data, and you have to modify it and clean it and rethink it. So that is probably the biggest component of data science, is actually exploring the data and seeing if there's anything about the data that you wouldn't expect. So if people had, I think people had questions about data science.
Yeah, for sure. And these two questions right here, our time, man. We never have enough time. Maya says, so can you explain what overlaps with an MD and a PhD? And Breezy said, did the amount of schooling you had to do ever make you have second thoughts? Both great questions, y'all.
Okay, so the overlap of MD and PhD, that varies by PhD, but since my degree came from a medical school, there might be some more overlap. If I were to get a degree in biology specifically, there would be less overlap. But I was taught by the researchers that also taught the medical students about neuroscience. So I had the same teachers that they did for some of my courses. However, their material was obviously more clinical and generally at a more bird's eye view, whereas the PhD education is really deep. And so we have less broad scope and we don't cover clinical things very much, but we really learn the underlying biology, which you're not necessarily taught in MD. And you can actually get an MD and a PhD, and there are programs for that, which can be a great option because they're really hard to get into, but if you get into one of those programs, you don't necessarily have to pay for your MD, which you usually don't have to pay for a PhD, but you usually have to pay for an MD and they're expensive. So that's pretty great. And I think that knowledge, I kind of wanted to do it. And sometimes I think about going back to school, which kind of gets to the next question, and getting a clinical degree, just because I love learning. And so, yeah, sometimes I think it would really inform research if I knew more about clinical things. Yeah, and so going to the next question, I think going to directly from undergrad to graduate, I definitely had this feeling of doom of, oh my gosh, this is going to be a lot of work and I don't know if I feel ready for it. But I just pushed through and did it. And when I came out the other side, I was really happy I did. And, you know, I just took it day by day. But yeah, like I said, I really like school and I like learning. So that wasn't too difficult for me. But having said that, now that I've done quite a bit of training, I have moments where I'm like, I need a break. I don't want to learn anything new for a couple months or something. But again, I still have to do it all the time. It's just no one's necessarily guiding me. I don't have a teacher guiding me through it. I have to do it on my own. So
that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. We never ever have enough time, especially for great conversations like this. If our heartbeats want to connect with you and stay connected with you, how do they do that? What's the best way?
I guess my email, which should I share it with you and you can post it somewhere? Or?
Yes. Yeah, I was just about to say, you ain't got to say your email live, and then you might get some other type of. Yeah. I got you. Y'all, Miss Carrie's going to give me her email, and I'll post it on the story on Instagram so you guys can connect with her via email. And Miss Carrie, is customary, we ask every guest this. This is always the last question. What jewel are you going to leave us with?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's hard. I think the most important thing for success in my life has been persistence. Just always trying, always getting up and trying again. And sometimes
that's a word. That's a word, short and powerful. We love it. Thank you so much, Miss Carrie. This whole conversation has been a blessing. I think you opened up a lot of minds. I think you got a lot of people curious about this field. So expect a few emails from some of our heartbeats.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Y'all, such a powerful conversation, a great conversation. I love it when we can have people just talk about like their different experiences and introduce us to like different worlds that we can explore. So my data science people, my people who are interested in that stuff, even if you're not sure if you're interested or not, hit her up. I'm gonna get that email and I'm gonna post it. Take advantage. This is how we build your network. You know how we always saying, build your network. Your network is your net worth. Like this is a real opportunity to build that network. Like even if you don't think that it's something that you may want to do or something that you may want to pursue, it's still good to kind of build that network. And we just got that good old training about emails, right? So this is the perfect opportunity to test out that training with Miss Carrie and send her that nice professional email. Man, we just rolling with it today, man. We are rolling with it. We got Miss Money Mo, coming back for the 12 o'clock. Y'all been hanging in there. Okay, now Faith. Okay, now Faith.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Yeah, now Faith. That's a cute mask too. That Now Faith mask.
Oh yeah, the mask is cute too. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Now Faith mask is coming, y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome back. I just told them all that great information y'all gave about emails and stuff this morning. They need to practice that on Miss Carrie. So Miss Carrie said to give me her email address. I'm going to post her email address on Instagram. And yeah, the kids can connect with her.
Okay, well, here we go. We about to use it.
There we go. That's what we doing. Y'all, we got another party, man.
It's another one. Oh, sister got a picture.
Hey, yo! Shushma with the beat down.
Okay, Miss
Okay, Miss Shushma with the beat down.
I finally have a photo, everyone.
Yo, that's sassy shush. Yes. Come through. All you missing is Miss Simone Hoops. Yes. Yo.
Can y'all see? Can they see her picture?
Can they see her picture?
Oh.
Can y'all see Miss? Please tell me y'all can see Miss Sushma picture. Please. Yo, no, we're gonna make this right. I'm gonna put it on Instagram.
Oh my God.
Oh, she said we can't see it. Oh my, y'all gotta see this.
She look good, y'all. She look good.
Yo,
this is gonna get you in trouble, Miss Sister. This is
it might.
I'm not gonna tag you because if I tag you, they gonna follow you. They gonna somebody gonna slide in your little DM, and we're not having that.
I changed the picture. I just took it in one.
No, the picture is great. I'm just telling you about these little heartbeats.
Oh my God.
I'm posting it right now. Yeah.
Thank you. I put a little bit effort into that photo. I don't really look like that.
I appreciate it. Y'all, I'm about to post it right now so y'all can see it. Yes, we ready for this. Miss Mo, what we talking about today?
We're gonna continue the conversation from this morning. Except we're gonna talk about video conferencing. So another form of communication, but we're gonna talk about video conferencing instead of email. So we here again. We was here at 10 and we here at 12, and we're gonna get through some of this. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Y'all can't talk about my tabs today because I got rid of them. So here we go, y'all. All right. So We're just going to talk about like professional video conferencing, the different types. We're really going to talk about Zoom a lot today. And like actually show y'all like screenshots of what the, what the screens may look like on your mobile device, and some of us might be on your computer. But we're going to kind of talk about the other kinds that may show up, the importance of this kind of platform, because we can't see each other, we can't actually physically be in each other's presence. So video conferencing is taking over the world. So because we can hear each other, we can see each other, we can do things like this, present screens and present materials and products and things like that. So talk about the importance, and we're going to give you like a few examples of when you would use this, maybe how you wouldn't use this, and yeah, just get a deeper dive. So of course, any questions, any comments that come up, please let us know. Simone, do you want to help me kind of talk about the different types? And I'm gonna just start off with Zoom. We're on Zoom right now, y'all. Literally, we're on Zoom right now. And Ms. Joni has it set up real nice where we can stream live onto YouTube. So we can, just like y'all can see our faces, when it first popped up before we shared the screen, we can see each other like that, and we can see what you see, pretty much. So Zoom is that kind of platform where you can have a virtual meeting, and you can have an app, dedicated to Zoom as well. And I'll let Simone kind of take over from there.
Yeah, and then they also have Google Meets, Google Hangouts. I feel like you guys might use this more for school. So again, the same kind of concept as Zoom. Like there's video capabilities, audio capabilities. Just the setup might look a little different for each one. And things with like Google usually are very synced. So like with Zoom, you'll be able to kind of type in your name as you come in and you're setting up your account. But a lot of the times with like Google, if you already have an email, they want to sync that. So you want to, just like Mr. Smith said, make sure you're logging in with your school email if you come on Google Hangouts, or just a more professional email, because a lot of the times I've realized with different formats and setting with Google, since they have Google email, calendar, all of that, your name will just pop up with whatever email. So just kind of being aware of those different platforms and the features they provide. Microsoft Teams is another one, Cisco WebEx. There's another one called Blue Jean. So really just know, guys, that there's so many different kind of platforms out there for you to be able to meet with people. A lot of the times people can just FaceTime. That was one that we use more commonly. And now that we have to do more business, we need like more capacity. So just think about the kind of video conference you want to have, the platform that's most accessible to all people, because you want to make sure that your people feel comfortable, and it's kind of like one less barrier they have to worry about, because everything is so new. But if people already have Zoom or they already have Google Meets, try to meet those needs and meet them there. But then you might also have to adapt depending on different programs or things that you're involved with. If they send you Microsoft Teams, Cisco, Blue Jean, just do your research a little bit on the kind of platform they want to use. See if it has an app, kind of try to log in a little bit ahead of time and see how you can, get comfortable, so that when you enter the video conference, you feel a little bit more prepared to present yourself the way you want to present yourself and speak how you want to speak, and things like that.
Thank you, Ms. Simone. Sisma, did you have anything that you wanted to add, or are we good?
We good. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So kind of like, when are we gonna use these kind of scenarios? We touched on it a little bit, but class is a big thing right now. So y'all are using Google Classroom, Google Meet, to see your teachers, see your classes, in some cases. So you're definitely, on those types of meetings. Group or individual meetings. So a lot of you are involved in different opportunities. It's a million going on right now, but just different opportunities where there are meetings and classes going on that type of Zoom platform or that type of WebEx platform or Google Hangouts, Google Meet platform. And so this is important, especially if you're leading a project or you're part of a team. You're going to have to use these kind of platforms to be in contact with your team, have FaceTime with your team, and also just be in communication. And a lot of times, these video conferencing platforms, if you can't be um, on camera for whatever reason, or if you can't connect, to audio for whatever reason, a lot of them have a call-in number as well. So if you notice that like the link may not be working or something like that, there's always a call-in number associated with these video platforms. And if you absolutely have to use that, then that option is available for you. Um, and then interviews. People are still hiring, y'all. People still have opportunities for interviews. And so, be mindful that if we were outside right now, we would have interviews face to face, person to person. And these kind of platforms, provide that space in order to still connect with your potential employer, and still connect with your current employer as well. So, if there are any other ones that y'all can think of or want to contribute to where you would, have those virtual meetings, you can absolutely add. All right.
And I think Miss Sisma made a good point when we were meeting about, and creating the presentation for today. And she talked about colleges too, and how sometimes certain colleges or scholarship committees might want to have an interview with you before you move on to the next round or before you go to the next position. So also be mindful of those kinds of interviews, and also don't be afraid to initiate your own if you're interested in a college or a scholarship. Those kinds of things too might have interviews for admission. So career-wise and academic.
Yes, absolutely, Mrs. Simone. That those are also opportunities that happen. Like a lot of times we assume that this kind of stuff is stopping, but it's still continuing, just on different platforms in different ways. So thank you for pointing that out. So y'all, we're about to literally go through what y'all will see on your screens when you download in particular Zoom on your phone. And then, like I said, we're going to kind of talk about the computer, but we're literally going to go through kind of step by step what your screen looks like, what certain icons mean, what certain words mean. That way, hopefully we touch on the majority of them. I feel like I'm still learning stuff about Zoom every day, but hopefully we touch on the majority of them. So here we go. And Miss Simone and Miss Sisma, please, and Miss Joni, please feel free to jump in at any time. So here we go. So to the left on your screen, you'll see like your initial screen. So when you download the Zoom Cloud Meetings, it is on Google Play and the App Store, you'll see start a meeting screen when you first open up the app. So you'll see start a meeting and it says start or join a video meeting on the go. So you can either you can join a meeting, which is the screen on your right, but you can also choose to sign up or sign in. Zoom has a feature that can automatically connect with any Google account that is currently existing. So if you have that Gmail account, and it also connects with the other existing email accounts, but I know for a fact it connects with Gmail accounts. So if you have that professional email kind of set up on a Gmail, you have that like morgan.prelo@gmail.com, or I saw Shalal here. So like shalal.johnson@gmail.com, or if you have mbcl@gmail.com, if you have that professional email already, I suggest connecting it to your Gmail account if it's there. And if not, you can sign up with a new email address. Or you don't have to sign in to join a Zoom meeting. You can absolutely join a Zoom meeting without signing in. And then if you do that, if you click that join a meeting screen or option, you'll see the option to your right. It says join a meeting. So here is where you would enter in the meeting ID. Now, if you receive a Zoom link in an email from somebody or a text from somebody, you have the Zoom app already on your phone and you click the link, it'll go to this started meeting screen, it'll say connecting, and it'll automatically take you to that meeting if that full link is there. But for some reason, if you don't have the link and you just have the meeting ID and the password, or it just prompts you for a meeting ID, then this is where you enter it on the right. So you put in your meeting ID, and then you can type in your screen name. Depending on if you already have something entered in on the screen, it'll automatically populate it for you. So mine, if I'm not signed in, is Morgan P. But you can enter in whatever kind of screen name you want, but I suggest your first and last name. Don't enter in any like social media handles or anything like that. Always enter in your first name, last initial, or your whole first name and your whole last name. And nothing really outside of that. And then it says if you receive an invitation link, tap on the link again to join the meeting. So again, like if you have that link, you're gonna have to go outside of the app and click on the link, and it'll automatically connect. For the join options, so there are different options and different ways to join those Zoom meetings, right? So a lot of us assume that your camera and your audio is automatically on. This is not true all the time. So if you want to connect initially with your audio and your video on, then you would switch these two options on your right to that green. You would turn those on. If you're not necessarily sitting down yet, or you're not necessarily in a one kind of place yet, don't turn your video on yet. Don't connect to your audio yet. It'll give you that option once you join, to kind of get it together, get your, your environment together, however that is. But you don't automatically have to join with that unless your host has pre-selected those options for you. And in that case, you really can't do anything. So I guess the suggestion is to always be ready when you're joining that meeting. Always be ready. If you're not ready and you have those options, okay. But if you're not ready and you don't have those options, then I don't know. That's not good. So try not to do that. So yeah, Miss Simone, Miss Sister, anything that you had to add, or Miss Joni? Okay, cool. All right, cool. Next kind of thing. So when you go into the Zoom app and you're signed in to your account, you'll see three kind of screens up right now. I hope that everybody can see it. But to your left, we have the kind of home screen, right? So you have the options up here to create a new meeting, join a meeting, schedule a meeting, or share your screen. I really don't understand why the share your screen option is there before you get a meeting, but if somebody else understands it, absolutely speak on it. I don't really know. But the new meeting option is there, the join meeting and the schedule a meeting. So if you're the one starting the Zoom meeting, you click that new meeting option. And in that case, that's where you can, send Zoom links to people. That's where you can invite people. That's where you can kind of control the show, because if you hit that new meeting, then you are automatically the host. And the host has some special kind of powers during Zoom meetings. So the host has powers to mute people in the meeting. If there's some background noise or whatever kind of happening, they have that power to mute people. And it alerts people when you mute them. It comes up on the screen and it says you have been muted by the host. So don't think that you're trying to be slick and just mute people. It tells you that you have been muted and basically that you're too loud. The join option it looks similar to that previous screen. You can enter in your meeting ID, your password if there is a password. Not all links have passwords. And then if you really want to, like, you're having a meeting, or if you want to schedule meetings that happen more than once, you can absolutely do that with this schedule option. And And so when you click the schedule option, it'll give you like, okay, it'll ask you when you want to have the meetings, how you want to have the meetings. Just kind of like, you know, logistical questions about your meetings. And then you can have the link already. So if you want to schedule a meeting for tomorrow, but you want to create the meeting today and send the link out in advance, you can absolutely do that with this schedule option. So yeah, so when you hit start a meeting or new meeting, you can when you hit start a meeting, when you hit new meeting, this screen in the middle will come up. It'll say start a meeting with your video on. And it always says like you can use your personal meeting ID. Zoom assigns a personal meeting ID. You don't have to turn that on if you don't want to, but if you do, it'll be the kind of same ID every time. And then yeah. So I think I see a question. So let me open that question up and read it. Question from Julian, are you unable to uncheck the options of video and audio that may have been pre-selected? So you are. So once you're in the meeting, you're able to turn the video and the audio off. If the host has, pre-selected for it to be on, you're allowed to. A lot of times it will prompt you like, do you want to join with video regardless? But if it doesn't, like I said, be prepared to just be on camera and be connected to audio. Just assume that that's the setting. And then when you get on there, if you choose not to, have your audio on or choose not to have your video on, then that's where you can select it off. And then we're gonna talk about what that looks like. But yes, you can turn your video off and your audio off, but sometimes you can't do it until you're in the meeting already. So I hope that answers your question. So yeah. So we're gonna move on to the next screen. Okay. So y'all, this is my personal, not personal, it's my work Zoom account. So yes, y'all see my picture up there, but just for screenshot purposes. So when you're in a meeting or joining a meeting, this is what your screen is going to look like on your phone. It's going to look similar to this on your phone. And so what you should do is on to the left screen, it says to hear others, please join audio. And then so you want to click that call using audio option. Make sure you click that call using internet audio option. If you don't click that, nobody will be able to hear you and you will not be able to hear other people. If you hit that cancel, that join audio button in the left corner, the bottom left corner, it will just say, it'll continue to say join audio. And then that's not good. You may be able to hear others, but others definitely won't be able to hear you. So you want to make sure that everybody is heard, everybody kind of has that chance to hear one another. And then on the right screen, so this is what it looks like, or what it can look like when you after you hit that call using internet audio. So if you notice, going back to kind of your question, Julian, at the bottom it says unmute, start video, share content, participants, and more. So you can, or it might say mute and then stop video. So this is where you control if people can hear you, if people can see you. I honestly recommend if you have the capability to, have video up and have audio up, then turn them both on if you have that capability. If you don't have that capability, then that's, other options can definitely be used. But if you have that capability, absolutely do it. Now, if you don't have that capability, there's options, right? So you can start that video. If you stop your video, you have the option to have a profile picture. So right now, Miss System is using one. And right now in this particular screenshot, I have one connected to my my work account because, things happen. We're home, we're in another environment than we would usually be in. And sometimes you got to shut that camera off real quick. And in this case, if you have that profile picture up, your face is still there. It's not moving, but your face is still there. People know who you are, still identify you. If you don't have that profile picture up, your display name will come up. That's why it's important to not use social media handles, not use any names outside of like your name. So like if you have a preferred name, so my name is Morgan, but you know, people call me Miss Mo. If I wanted to put like Mo Prelo, if that's a preferred name for me, then fine. But you just want to make sure you have that first and your last name. Miss Simone, Miss Sisma, I'm gonna read Julian's question. If any one of you want to answer, then you definitely can. So Julian says, so are you saying that as a participant, I have the option of not being visible or heard, meaning I can uncheck those options even if the host has pre-selected them? Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying, Julian. So thank you for your questions. And if you have any more questions kind of in depth about what that means, then keep asking them. All right, so this is the screen that you see, or the screens that you see if you created your own meeting and you want to invite other participants. So going back actually to, well, never mind. So yeah, this is if you want to invite more participants. You can click, it says invite at the bottom left-hand corner. Once you click invite, this screen on the right screen will come up and it'll say send message. If you're on your phone, it'll say send message, invite contacts, or copy URL. If you hit send message, a text message screen will come up with the link already in the text box. If you hit invite contacts, it will go through your contact list and send it to whatever contacts that you select. If you hit copy URL, it'll just copy the link. So if you want to go to another app and send it to somebody else, you absolutely can. So those are just those kind of different options. And then, like I said, when you click that new message, it'll come up in a text message. Now, sharing screens on the phone can be very difficult. I'm not gonna really lie to y'all about that. It can be very difficult to do it on the phone, just because like weird screens come up. So if you hit the share content button in the middle of your screen when you're inside of a meeting, the middle screen will pop up and it'll give you all these options. It says screen, photos, iCloud Drive, box, like all these different options. And then when you click it, when you click one of those options, this screen all the way up to the right will come up and it says like photos, house party, Zoom, other compatible apps. It'll tell you that it is recording your screen. I think that that's very weird, but in order to share your screen on your phone, you have to give the Zoom app permission to record your screen. That is completely up to you. I suggest if you're on your phone and you're not comfortable with that, then maybe send your materials to somebody else in the meeting, or you know, find other ways to share your screen. But I think that's kind of weird, but it's, that option is there if you have to use that or want to use that. So yeah. And these are just settings. So this is what your settings screen looks like. It gives you options to lock the meeting so nobody else can join if that's the kind of vibe that you're giving off. You don't, it's an exclusive party. You don't want nobody else to come in. Okay, you can lock it. You can enable your waiting room. So that means that the host, so we talked about like different kind of like privileges that the host has. They can mute people, but they also have the option, if you turn it on, to allow people in the waiting room. I mean, allow people in the meeting, should I say. If that option is off, then people can join before the host. If it is on, then the host has to let them in the meeting. That's useful. So people are just not like cutting up in your meeting while you're trying to have it. But you don't have to have it on if you don't feel comfortable with it, but you can definitely have it on if you want those host privileges. And then, yeah, it's just like a very comprehensive settings. So if some things are like going wrong or not necessarily going how you want them to go, make sure you go to those settings and kind of check what's on and what's off. And sometimes you can get rid of those little challenges just by going into your settings. And then to the right screen, be mindful of if you're the host of the meeting, if you click leave meeting, your meeting is still going on. If you click leave meeting, it'll ask you to pick another host because you're technically not ending the whole meeting. But if you want the meeting to end, then you click end meeting. That ends it for everybody. So nobody's still in your meeting. Nobody is like still in there talking or whatever. That ends it for everybody. Everybody's automatically dismissed. If you leave, it's just you leaving. The meeting's still going on. So just be aware of those options as well. And then this is the screen that you would see on a computer. Same kind of concepts, same wording, just looks different. So we still have the new meeting option, the join, the schedule, and the share screen option still there for you. Still that join meeting. So entering in that meeting ID, your display name, and then you have the option to don't connect to audio, turn off my video. This is the schedule a meeting screen. So if you're starting your own meeting, but it's not necessarily today, or if it's later in the day today, you can do the topic, the date, generate your meeting ID. You can turn a password on or off. And like that settings, like the password and, letting people in before your meeting, like those are security concerns, especially in this world of video conferencing. People are coming in Zoom meetings and Google Meet and doing some crazy stuff, y'all. So that's why, those extra security measures are kind of in place. Again, that video. So this, if you're scheduling a meeting, I was saying sometimes the host has power of if the participants can have their video and audio automatically on. This is where you can control that. And then you can also create a calendar invite if that's something that you are into. And then you have your advanced options. So your advanced options, you can enable the waiting room, which means that people can kind of like wait in a virtual waiting room for you, for the host to let them in. You can check enable join before host. If you check this, that means that people can go into the meeting without the host having to let them in. You can mute participants on entry. So that means once they're, even if you connect to your computer audio or your internet audio, you'll automatically be muted as a participant when you're entering in the meeting. And then you can also record meetings on Zoom, but only in very important situations and just where you want to kind of retain information. And if your meeting is being recorded as a participant, the host should tell you that and ask for your permission to be recorded. If they do not, that is not a good thing. And you can kind of fight them on that, because people should not be recording you without your permission on a platform like this. And then as the host, it is your responsibility to let your participants know that they are being recorded, and you have to ask them if they're being recorded. And if they're not okay with it, then you have to create kind of another plan as to if you want things recorded. Maybe they can turn their video off or something, or maybe you can have a separate meeting with that particular person. This is what your screen, something similar, will look like when you enter in, and this is again on a computer. Same concept. Make sure you hit that join with audio conference by computer, or it'll say join computer audio. Definitely do it. Definitely make sure that you're connected to the audio so people can hear you, and people can hear you, and you can hear people. And then it gives you all those same options on the bottom screen. So join audio, mute, unmute, because join audio, mute, and unmute are all going to be on that same kind of icon. Turning your camera on and off, inviting participants, sharing your screen. Make sure when you share your screen, you don't have whatever you may explore on the internet all up and bookmarked and whatever. Just make sure that whatever screen that you choose to share is just very professional and very just kind of not content that's not related to the meeting. You can, and then Zoom also has that chat feature, so you can send messages. So if you can't connect to audio for some reason, or if you just kind of need to have your audio off for some reason, you can type in the chat feature. You can type private messages, and you can type public messages. It says they're private messages, they are not. People can see them. So the host, I think, can see the private messages at the end, or somebody at the end can send those private messages. So you may think it's private, it says it's private, it is not. So don't be talking about people in the chat because people can see that. And then that record option is there. And then there's also this breakout room option. We don't really have like screenshots for that, but there is a feature on Zoom that if you want to have small group discussions, and you have like 15, 20, 25, 30 people on your Zoom call, you want to separate them into different rooms virtually, you absolutely can. It'll automatically send people to those breakout rooms by numbering them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many breakout rooms you have. When people are done in their small group chats, they return to the main session by literally clicking return to the main session, and then you can all come back together. So there are a lot of features, y'all, on these particular platforms. So this is just the invite screen. So if you do have, those invitations that you have to send out, or those links that you have to send out, you can send them by email, or you can just copy the link. And y'all, we're just gonna give y'all some examples of kind of do's and don'ts, and when you can use these certain platforms and how you can use some of those platforms. So I hope those screenshots were helpful. And if you have, kind of any other something that you want to see, we can work that out. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you so much, Ms. Simone, because when coronavirus happened, just a lot was changing so quickly. And I feel like a lot of us had to try to learn by trial and error. So I'm very, very grateful that you're doing this session for our heartbeats, so they don't have to learn the hard way. They can already be one step ahead. And I also like this because I feel like a lot of the times, we tell you guys that you can do your own things and empower you to do it. But I love that we're giving you the practical tools. So don't be afraid to start your own Zoom meeting. You don't have to wait for people to invite you to their table. Create your own table and do your thing and be empowered. So thanks, Ms. Mo.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, y'all. So in this particular situation, Miss Simone's gonna be like the facilitator or the host of the meeting, and me and Miss Sisma are going to be participants. And so the goal of this particular scenario is showing you the power of the mute button, showing you the power of the mute button. So here we go.
All right. So thank you, ladies, for joining the meeting. I'm very grateful that you all are here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about some potential opportunities that we could have for our heartbeats. and I wanted to get your ideas for it. So I wanted to see like background noise in the back. If you all, are you all on mute?
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. I forgot to mute myself. My bad.
Yeah, I'm on mute. What's going on?
I can still hear you, Miss Mo. So maybe at the bottom left corner, if you could just mute yourself so that I just want to make sure we use our time effectively, because I know sometimes Zoom only gives you 40 minutes to have your meeting. And I just want to make sure I can hear you all. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Oh, thank you, Miss. These are helpful. If you do the thumbs up sign, that helps me to know that I can hear you and you can hear me. And if you do want to talk, I would really love and appreciate if you guys could either kind of wave your hand so I can see, and then you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Or if you have a question, you can also use the chat feature, and that'll help us to kind of facilitate so we can hear each other and all speak at the same time. So like I was saying, I wanted us to meet so that we could figure out opportunities for our heartbeats. Miss Mo, did you want to speak about anything first?
Yeah, so yeah, that's really, so I'm switching out of, we out the meeting right now. But basically, so the point of that particular scenario is some of the sounds that me and Miss Sisma were making were very explicit. Like I was obviously banging on my computer. However, like little sounds like scraping up against something, or if you're actually and you're scratching your skin, we can hear all of those little sounds. The microphone on Zoom meetings and on other video conferences platforms, they pick up all those sounds. So just be aware, just automatically get in the habit of when your meeting host or your meeting facilitator is talking and other people are talking, just get in the habit of muting yourself because those sounds can be picked up. And I like also when hosts and facilitators, just like Miss Simone just did, kind of establish those ground rules for the meeting. So she said, like, if you have something to say, please raise your hand. A lot of people also do it by name calling. So they put it, they say names depending on how it appears on their screen so that people can talk, especially in those meetings where, you may have a lot of people. It's harder to pick up on those social cues of when people will speak. So it's good to kind of have that system of raising your hand or thumbs up or calling out names if you want people to speak.
Absolutely. And using the chat feature too, because I know a lot of the times I've been noticing I haven't been speaking up as much in my meetings because I am so worried about those. So I don't want to be the obnoxious person that is not on mute when they're supposed to be on mute. And that is like just messing up the flow of the meeting. But then I realize like I feel like I have stuff to say that's of value and I still need to say it. So the chat feature has really been a good one for me to still like follow the norms and etiquette and not disrupt the meeting, but still just add a quick comment so people know, and then the facilitator can address it. They can say, oh, Simone, can you unmute yourself? And I'm still adding value and still putting in my part without being disruptive.
Thanks, Ms. Simone. Ms. Sisma, did you have anything that you wanted to say about that particular scenario?
No, I think we covered pretty much.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And then Jada said that there's also a raise your hand option. Yes, Jada, there is. So that's also another way that you can do it, and it alerts if you want to say something. So thank you for bringing that up because there definitely is that option if you want more options of that. So in this next kind of one, we're gonna talk about like when to turn your camera off if you need to. Try not to, be in those particular situations. Try your best to be in a place where, things don't really happen. However, there are things that come up, and I think everybody recognizes that we're, again, in a different kind of position. So we're just going to talk about like when to turn that camera off and use it and just kind of like flip it on and flip it off. So again, Miss Simone's gonna be our gracious host and facilitator. And we're just gonna talk about that camera option. Miss Sisma, you ain't really gonna see her. But she's using a very important method right now, which is to have that profile picture up.
All right. So ladies, like I said, in this meeting, I just want us to continue to brainstorm different opportunities that could be beneficial for our heartbeats. So I know a lot of them are interested in music. So I feel like there have to be some local artists that would want to be involved and that could possibly want to connect with our heartbeats. I know, Miss Mo, you said you had an opportunity, or maybe it was Miss Susma, either one of you. Would you guys be able to connect me to somebody that was in the music industry that said they wanted to be a part and connected with the local Miss Mo? Miss Mo?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know if you were able to catch what I was saying about the music connections for our heartbeats.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat it? I was doing something.
Okay. We were just talking about connecting our heartbeats to different opportunities that they would be interested in, whether that be music. I know we have some local artists that you were connected with. And so would you be able to let us know more about those connections?
Yeah, I would. No, I'm not. But as y'all can see, in that particular situation, I'm sorry, I kind of knocked over some stuff while I was trying to do that. But but in that particular situation, I was very, very explicitly unengaged in the situation. I did not know what Miss Simone was saying to me. I wasn't paying attention, and y'all could see everything that I was doing. And in that particular case, if you know you have to get up, if somebody is, talking to you or trying to get you to do certain things, absolutely switch that camera off real quick. Switch that camera off until you have to come back and do what you need to do. Because everybody don't need to be all over your business, everybody don't have to see all of that. So be able to absolutely do that. And if you are in a particular situation where your background is not ideal, Zoom has a feature where you can change your background. And so you can use that feature if you absolutely have to. People play around with them. That's what I've seen. People switch, and I'm talking about adults in meetings that I've been in, have switched up, screens or whatever. I'm gonna show you one just for the purpose. Depending on what kind of meeting I'm in, if it's more casual, I may use one. But it is very distorted. It kind of looks like you can't really see that I have an arm or a hand or whatever. In those particular situations, you want to pick, a solid background of white or maybe not black, but just like a background where you can see yourself. It is distorted though, so if you only use that option if you absolutely have to. But suggesting that you just get on a blank wall or just a blank background as possible when using when you're on a video conference.
Absolutely, because the key is to we keep talking about communication effective. The best meetings are when you can come together, be effective, get what you need out of it, and then go and do your action item. Things like backgrounds and a lot of movement, and so it's just very distracting from the overall goal, and it just takes away value. So really be mindful of your background, y'all. This is not really the time to try to get too creative and fancy. Just keep it simple, keep it plain, and try not to be distracting as much as possible. And then, oh, sorry, Miss Mo, I didn't know if we were gonna. I just also wanted to say, just the camera sometimes captures way more than you think it's capturing. So just be very mindful, like, about, because you just think it's you sometimes. So really try your best to keep it chest up as much as possible. And if you have to get on a Zoom call meeting, try your best to really be at a table so you can ensure that they're just, so that your top is good, your hair, the background. Try to sit at a table if you can. If you have to sit down on your bed or your laptop, just make sure things look a little in place. I just don't want y'all getting exposed. You just don't know what the camera, and this is a surefire way for things to go left if you don't try to get your background together. So try to do from the chest up. Try to sit at a table so that if you do have your pajama pants on, they won't see that. Just certain things like that. I don't want y'all to get caught up and be that person on Zoom that looks crazy and unprofessional. So try to sit at a table. If you have to sit in your bed, sit up, put the camera on your lap, have a back surface. All those things matter. Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you, Ms. Simone, for saying those particular things. Angles, y'all, angles. Like, we recognize that you didn't get fully dressed for this meeting. I didn't get, well, in particular, right now, I have on an appropriate pair of pants, but I don't always have on, like, actual pants that I would go outside in. I might have on pajama pants. And that's just me being transparent, but nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. So it's about those angles. So if you have to tilt that camera up a little bit just to see your neck, I mean, I know y'all see these clothes hanging up, but I'm in my house. But just to see your neck or your face, then that's fine. We don't have to see down here if we don't need to see down here. You know what I'm saying? If you got on a crop top, we don't want to see your belly. We don't want to see your belly. So just go ahead, just be aware of what you have on in your environment, and just make certain adjustments for those, because we may not be always in position to control our environments, but we can kind of alter what people see, especially on this particular platform. So use those to your advantage, y'all. And we're just gonna kind of ask a couple of final questions, see if we didn't address. So what are some challenges that you may have had with video conferencing? And then, like, if we didn't kind of capture some topics that you wanted to talk about on this particular day, we can absolutely do it again or do another session on it, where we're, talking about other things. So just kind of let us know. For me, some challenges that I've had with video conferencing, just my Zoom app just like hates me. Like, I don't know what goes on with it, but my particular Zoom app and my internet connection have been challenges with being on video conferencing all day. However, with those kind of challenges come kind of innovation. So I'm very creative with how I get on my Zoom meetings, how I stay on my Zoom meetings. I have two devices. So if my computer kind of kirks out on me, I always have the link pulled up on my phone just in case I got to switch it real quick. So those are those kind of challenges that I've been having, especially with the Zoom app, because it really just every day. Every day.
Absolutely.
Simone and Miss Sisma, have you had any challenges?
This is not one of the challenges I faced, but I have seen other people make this mistake. So I just want to share, whenever you're screen sharing, make sure that there is nothing controversial, tabs open, because sometimes we will be Googling weird stuff, fun stuff, unprofessional stuff that not everybody in the meeting needs to know about. For example, you just Googled how to be famous on TikTok and you have a staff meeting or high school meeting, and like not everybody needs to know about that. So just make sure that you turn off all the tabs, close all the tabs before you share your screens. And smart people learn from their mistakes, but wise people learn from other people's mistakes. So really pay attention to everything everyone is doing and learn from that so you don't repeat the mistakes by yourself. Remember that whenever you're on Zoom calls and any other video conferences, your webcam is live, and be mindful of that. Just don't go and take your phone with you, around the house and stuff like that. And yeah, that's all I have.
Absolutely. Y'all covered all of mine too. I feel like my biggest thing in the beginning was adjusting to time management, because you think just because you're in the house, you don't have to go somewhere physically, but it's still challenges, and it's like good to be prepared. So I try to give myself 10 minutes before any meeting just to like have a couple of devices up if I can, have the link, have the person's email or text up if I need to send them any communication about, why my Wi-Fi might not be working, but I'm letting them know I'm still there. And just like, being confident, asking what platform we're going to use, because I know some people are doing Zoom, some people are doing Google. So, just having a little prep plan for your meeting so that you are prepared, you're not feeling frazzled, you're in a good, comfortable spot. Give yourself a good amount of time to find out ahead of time what platform you're going to be on, whether that be Zoom, Google Hangouts, FaceTime, whatever. Testing out the link if you can ahead of time, getting yourself in a good space so you can join and look professional. Just giving yourself that time to prepare is really good.
Thank you both. For coming on the session. Y'all had us for 2 sessions today, and thank you for like hanging with us and kind of, doing this kind of discussion and conversation. And y'all, I think we out of time. So yeah, that's it.
Yes. This is great. Thank you, Miss Mal. It's so good to have you on, Miss Sisma. We love you.
We do love you, Miss Sisma. I think we got to give Jules again. What'd you say, Sisma? I'm sorry.
Oh, the feeling is mutual.
Yay.
Cool. We are gonna give y'all a double dose of jewels. So my second jewel today is be aware of your surroundings. Again, we can't always control what goes on around us, but in the particular video conference, you have the ability to use certain functions and to use, certain angles to benefit you. So make sure that you take advantage of those.
I guess mine would be just present yourself the way you want to be perceived as much as possible. So just, come in. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. That's my jewel.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much.
Be safe this weekend. Be professional. Do your thing. Boss moves.
Yes. I like the girl bosses thing from this morning. Whoever said that first, I don't know who said it first, but I like that. So, all right, girl bosses out. See y'all later. See y'all next week.
See y'all. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo, powerful, powerful, powerful conversations. Tips and jewels all day long. If you weren't a professional, man, you a professional now. You gotta be a professional after those sessions. So I forget, I'm still gonna drop Miss Carrie's email in my stories. So make sure that you watch those. But it's a great day, and we want to continue this great day. So y'all go ahead and take your break, right? Do what y'all gotta do, take some breaks. And we coming back here at 2:00 with Miss Kaitlyn for the academic session. Now, if you have work that you want us to help you through, send that work to me now. So that way I can forward it to Miss Kaitlyn, or you can just send it directly to Miss Kaitlyn. But send that work to me now, and we are going to walk through your work and help you get your work done. It don't matter what subject it is. We've been doing everything: biology, history, math, English, all that. It don't matter the subject. It don't matter the grade. If you need help with your academic stuff, send it to us. We're going to make sure that you get help. And if you want to get on here too to talk one-on-one with Miss Kaitlyn about whatever academic work you got, let me know that too, so we can get you on. All right. So take y'all break. I'll see y'all back here at 2:00. Hey, y'all. We are back for our final session of the day, our academic session with our favorite, Miss Kaitlyn. We got Coach Johnson coming on to talk about his academic issues. We're going to get him through. And then we got Beezy coming on. Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You got your plate full today.
Yo, I got so many questions. I even got more on my phone and it's awesome.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes, keep them coming. I don't know how I let Coach Johnson talk me into doing flexible Fridays after I finish this.
What does that mean?
I got to lead a workout session. So, he does for his
Wait, you're going to?
I know, yeah. He does for his kids. He does workout Wednesdays and flexible Fridays. And it's about, all that healthy stuff. So he got me leading this one.
Oh, that's so awesome. Good thing you've been working out.
I mean, yeah, I've always been, like a workout person, but I do my workouts in the morning.
Yep.
Like if this was like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, I got you. Now I'm gonna have to pick a few weights up at 3 o'clock.
You got this.
Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. Y'all heard her. Miss Kaitlyn said, I got this.
Yeah, nobody make fun of Miss Joni on this. Come on. You're be roasting her all the time.
Right? Man, it's gonna be a roast session. But that's all right. But you know what? I'm just gonna do some regular little stuff. We ain't gonna do too much. I ain't doing no handstands or nothing like that. We just gonna do regular little moves.
You can do a handstand.
Hey, Coach Johnson.
Show us
how
now.
you doing today?
How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. I'm happy because if you guys may not know, it's decision day for all seniors, and my timeline is filled with colleges, and I'm just so happy for these seniors.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Taylor. Taylor's going to Lincoln. I'm going to Shawan. I'm just like so happy to see so many colleges and so many people who like really living that dream and going to college and making it out of Baltimore and really doing something with their life. Like this is happy. Like this is really happy.
Yeah, that is awesome. I'm proud of all of you guys. I'm so proud of y'all.
Yo.
Yeah, well, we gotta get into this work though, because we got Bree lined up. Miss Kaitlyn got other questions. Like
we gotta get it done.
We gotta get it done.
Yeah, so let's get started right away. Let me know if my internet is weird because my computer is dying slowly and I'm not sure what's happening. So anyway, if I cut out, just let me know.
Okay.
Coach Johnson, did you do the simulation for gel electrophoresis the other day?
I did it this morning.
Perfect. Okay. So what is going to be most helpful for you? Is it going to be helpful if we talk through that a little bit, or if I guess what's going to be most helpful?
I mean, I got it back already. She sent it back. I passed basically. She gave me I got a 95 out of 100 on it. So I turned it in this morning when I did it. So I got 95 out of 100.
That's great. Okay, cool.
See, when I did the little simulation thing, I understand it at all from the word go.
You did not understand it?
So, I mean, I understand about the gel about how he took the DNA, put it inside of the little thing. I had to put it in some type of box and then turn the box on with the red and black cord and turn on the bubbles and all that come on and all that. So I made DNA cell. I did all that. I understand that part. But the end, where it was like determine the length of the strand, and I'm like, so I just like, I ain't gonna lie, I took an educational guess and I got it right.
That's great.
I got 2 out of 3 right.
Okay.
So I guess I'm cool with that. I'm cool.
Okay. Cool. So maybe we could do a little bit more of a deep dive into what gel electrophoresis is and what that meant at the end, those like measurements, just so that you can understand it a little bit better. How does that sound?
Cool. And I also have like one question about my science project. I mean, my Spanish project too.
Oh yeah. Okay, which one do you want to do first?
It don't matter actually. I mean, it don't matter. Can we just knock this question out real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
So I sent it to you on Instagram. If you didn't get it, probably I sent it to your Instagram. I just want to know, is this the same thing I have to do for week 1, but is it just doing with time?
Let me look at it.
Because you remember, you know how we did week 1 with the word S star and IR?
Uh-huh.
And how I had to document everything, how I was learning it. Do I have to do the same thing for time, or is it telling me to do something else? That's my question.
Okay, so you sent me 2 different pictures. Is one of them?
Yeah, they just all one. It's all one.
Oh,
page.
it's all one page. Okay. Okay, so what I'm seeing is for week 2, you'll document what you learn and practice question words, yada yada. Choose which way you want to learn question words and telling time. Choice 1, learn information and take notes with the teacher. Choice 2, use guided notes and go through the textbook. Choice 3, look online. Choice 4, if you've already learned it, review your notes. Okay. And then step 2 is practice. Okay, so this is basically outlining for you, like, so it's giving you some flexibility in how you want to learn. So basically what this is saying is, step 1, figure out how you're going to learn the material, right? So the topic is you're going to be learning how to tell time and learning question words in Spanish. So you can either follow along with the teacher, you can use guided notes and go through the textbook, you can look it up online, or those are basically your 3 options. So you can take notes with the teacher, go through the textbook.
It's only 2 options because the teacher, he doesn't come on for the CN. They don't give us a class for the CN project. So
okay. So you have 2 options. You can use guided notes, or you can look online and look it up. So you basically have to decide. I don't know where those guided notes come from, or does he provide them?
No.
Okay.
Like, this wasn't sent out by the teacher. This was sent out by Baltimore City School.
Oh.
And I guess they were supposed to provide us with it, but they don't. So, yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like your only option is to look it up online.
Yeah, that's what I do. Like, I look it up online, or like I come on here with you guys, and I like that. Like, that's how I did for week 1. He said week 1 was fine, so I did like that. But I mean, I know I grasped the our main idea of what we did for week 1. That's why I was just saying, if this is the same thing I got to do for week 2, then I'm gonna just use what we did for week 1 and just go ahead and apply that same strategy to week 2, and I can get it. Because I also have a friend that learned Spanish too, and they took Spanish last year, so they can help me out too. So I know what to do. Yeah. I just needed to clarify: are we doing the same thing for week 1 or week 2?
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be similar week 1 and week 2. The difference is going to be, remember how we talked about a star and ear? Those 2 words were verbs, right? They were action words, like to be or to go. Whereas this week, you're learning how to tell time, which is not a verb, right? It's just like you're saying it's 2 o'clock, right? So the vocab is going to be a little different. And you're also learning question words. So you're going to learn how to say like what, how, when, where, and why, those words. So the only difference is that like it's a different type of vocab that you're learning, but the process can still be the same. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome.
Okay. We clear on that? You're good?
Yeah, I'm clear on that one. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay. So I will share my screen and we'll jump into doing some biology stuff.
Awesome.
So for those of you who are just joining us today, we are sort of on this like biology train right now, talking about DNA, talking about proteins, and we have been comparing 2 different fish, the Atlantic salmon that live in the Atlantic coast or ocean off the East Coast, and the Pacific salmon who live in the Pacific Ocean off the West Coast. And we've been trying to figure out if these 2 fish are related to each other or if they're totally separate fish.
Correct.
And so one way that we can do this is by comparing their DNA. And we've been talking about kind of how we can do that. We've kind of been talking about it theoretically of like, if their DNA is similar, then we know that they are similar. But today we're actually going to talk about how you can test that, how you can actually know if 2 fish's DNA are similar or if they're different. Okay. Right. And the way that we do that is through this process or through this method called gel electrophoresis. And so that's kind of a big, long, scary word to me. It's like a lot of letters, right? And so I just want to break it up into 2 different sections so that 1, we can be able to pronounce it, and 2, we can understand what it means. So the word gel, we know what gel is. Gel is just like Jello, kind of, anything jelly, right? And then electrophoresis has 2 parts to it. It has electro and it has phoresis. Electrophoresis. So electro sounds very similar to a word like that we use all the time, which is electricity, right? So electro comes from the word electricity. Okay, and then phoresis is kind of a weird one. It's one that I didn't know. I had to look up. Phoresis means movement or travel. Okay, so that's what these 2 parts of the word mean. Electro means electricity and phoresis means movement or travel. So if we put all of this together, the gel electrophoresis, what we're talking about here is the movement of something, and we're going to say DNA because that's our example here. So the movement of DNA through gel by electricity.
Yes, I think that's what the simulation was for earlier, because I would have it was I turned it, excuse me, I'm sorry. It was turned into gel, and I had to use the microwave to like get it into like this special type of gel, and then I had to use electricity to like burn it off and like start creating the DNA strands and stuff like that. So it's I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. So if for those of us who are watching, I see Miss Joni's face right now. She's like, what is happening? That makes sense because gel electrophoresis is a little bit confusing. But basically what you do, what Coach Johnson is talking about is like, you know, if you've ever made Jello doesn't start as a liquid, right? It comes in a little package, right? It comes as like a little powder, and then you put it on the stove, right, with some water, and you mix it up. And I think you have to add a bunch of sugar, right? But you mix it up, and the combination of that powder and the water and the sugar, once it cools down, you put it in the fridge and it becomes solid, right? So the same process, that's the same process you use to make this like gel that we use for gel electrophoresis, except you don't eat it. I mean, you could, but it would taste really gross. So basically they add this powder together, this water, you can heat it up. And then once it cools, you put it in a little mold and you get like a square of gel. Okay, so I'm gonna draw that square, what it looks like. So it's kind of a rectangle actually. And it just molds like this. So imagine this as just like Jello, except it's clear, okay? And it's just a rectangle of Jello. It's not very thick. If I was drawing it 3D, I might draw it like this, okay? So it's not very thick at all. And so it's just gel. That's all it is. It's just like kind of like Jello. But what you do is part of the mold is you put this little thing in it, they call it a comb, and you create these little divots in it or these little holes. Okay, so you're creating holes in the gel just here on one side of it. Okay, so maybe I'll just label those. This is a hole. Okay. And so when you make this hole, what you can do then is take a sample of DNA and you can put that DNA into the hole. Okay, so let's say, for example, that I have, this is a very, very bad drawing of a fish, but this is a drawing of a fish, okay?
Wow.
And we're gonna say that this fish is the Pacific salmon. Okay, so this Pacific salmon, what we did was we took part of its DNA out, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna put that DNA into this hole. So you see I'm coloring it in. Okay, so this part then gets a little confusing maybe, because what you have to do is you put what's called a reference in the next hole over. So this is the reference column or the reference hole. And that reference hole is going to help you later on when you're determining how long your DNA is or what your DNA looks like. Okay, so you have a bunch of DNA in this hole. And I know it's a little confusing now, but it will get a little easier. So you have some DNA in this hole, and you have your gel. Okay, DNA is negatively charged. So that's kind of a confusing concept, right? Positive and negatively charged. But think about it like this. If you have a magnet, right? Magnets stick to stuff. When you have magnets, they stick to stuff because one side is positively charged and one side is negatively charged, and opposites attract. Mm-hmm. Okay, so DNA is negatively charged, and I'm gonna represent that by putting a bunch of negatives down here on this end. Okay.
That's how it was. It was like negative at the top and like positive at the bottom, and it was electricity, and they had like lines on the side. Yeah, that's how. This is exactly how it was in the simulation too.
Yep. So basically, when you take your gel and you put it in, they call it the electrophoresis box or the electricity box, it basically runs electricity so that it creates this positive charge on the other end of the gel. Okay, and the reason why it's doing that is because it wants the DNA to come toward the positives, right? Because the DNA is negative, so it's naturally going to come toward the positive charge. Okay, so they put electricity in it and they say, okay, DNA, do your thing. So the DNA actually travels from one side of the gel down to the other side. Okay, and what this ends up looking like is it gives you a bunch of these, basically like they're called bands of DNA. Okay, kind of like this. This is what your gel ends up looking like at the end. And these are all pieces of DNA. And you're like, huh, something to notice right off the bat is that these are different sizes, right? There are some that are big and some that are smaller.
And they have different lengths, right?
Yeah, and they have different lengths, right? That's why they're bigger and smaller. So, Coach Johnson, do you remember why the smaller ones are closer to the positives?
No, actually, I don't. I just remember that, like, the longer one, I remember the lengths of the longer ones and the smaller ones. I don't remember. No, I don't think they told us a lot of them. I don't think they like got into that deep about why it's the smaller ones to the positive. They were just basically telling us the length. Like the top one would be like 5,000. The second one would be like 3,000. Then it'd be like 2,000.
Yeah. So I'll get to that in just one second, but I want to explain the reason why some of them go farther is because the smaller ones go farther because they can travel faster. Okay. The smaller ones are just like zooming through the gel, whereas the big ones are like, whoa, getting stuck everywhere, right? So they don't move as fast. So that's why the smaller ones go faster. Okay, so let's come back to this reference. We put this reference in here, and what it ends up giving us is basically these bands that tell us, because this is the reference, this one was like created specifically by scientists to be certain lengths. So for example, this one's length is, let's say, 1,000. And it's 1,000 base pairs or 1,000 nucleotides. So remember, those are like the A, T, C, G, G, C, those things. So it's 1,000 of those letters. Okay, the next one might be 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and 6,000. Okay, so this reference, it's kind of like a ruler. You could think about it like a ruler. It's telling you how long the DNA is. Okay, so this is the part then that you have to determine how long are each of my pieces of DNA. How long are these pieces? Well, if you were going to measure like anything, if I wanted to measure how long this pencil was, I could use a ruler and put it next to the ruler and I could figure out how long it is, right? It's the same concept. So I could say that, I'll draw in yellow. Let's say this band right here let's actually start with the top. This band right here, okay, is right on the 6,000 mark. So we know that this one is 6,000 base pairs long. This one right here, it's right on the 5,000 mark about. So we know that this one is 5,000 long. This one though, it's in between two marks, right? So similar to like how if you were measuring in inches, it would be like between 2 inches, right? So you would know because it's about halfway between these two that it's going to be halfway between 3,000 and 4,000. So this one might be 3,500, right? Because it's halfway.
Well, that's probably why I got it wrong.
Because you did, it's the last one, right? Because it was between two and you had to like estimate.
I just put 3,000. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So this one again is about halfway. So maybe it's 2,500. This one about halfway, maybe it's 1,500. This one right here is below the line altogether, right? So we don't have a mark down here. Yeah, it's probably closer to 0. So I don't know if it's totally 0, but it could be somewhere between 0 and 100. So let's just say it's 60, right? Or 600. So it's between 0 and 1,000, sorry. So it's somewhere below. You just kind of have to estimate because it's not going to be perfect because you don't have every single mark, right? So that's how you tell how long the DNA are. Okay, but now we're like, who cares? Like, who cares how long the DNA is, right? At least that's kind of what I would be thinking. So then let's zoom back out and remember that we're trying to compare the Pacific salmon to the Atlantic salmon. And let's draw this one in green. Okay, this is the Atlantic salmon. So let's say that now I'm gonna put the Atlantic salmon's DNA in here and I'm gonna compare it to the Pacific salmon, which was on this side, right? This was the Pacific salmon. And now we want to do the Atlantic salmon. So I'm gonna stick it in, I'm gonna stick it in my electric box, I'm gonna run the electricity, and then I'm gonna see what happens. So let's say that this is what it looks like. And this is what I get. Okay, so there are a couple things to notice right here. What we could do is we could measure them, right? We could measure to see how they compare. So this first one, it's about 6,000. This second one, it's around 5,000. This third one, it looks to me like it's around 4,000, right? This little one right here looks to me around 3,500 or 3,500. Okay, and so I could go on. This one maybe 2,700. Maybe this one is 2,500. Okay, the point is when we compare the lengths of the Atlantic salmon to the Pacific salmon, if they are exactly the same, that would mean that they are very closely related, that they're the same fish, right? Because we know that everyone's DNA is unique. So if I had two like rows that were exactly the same, I would know that they were very closely related. But let's see, this row looks very similar. Okay, this one looks very similar. But then we get down to this one right here compared to this right here. Okay, this to me and this, those don't look similar, right? So we have two parts that are similar, but then we have a few more parts that aren't. So what do you think that tells us? Coach Johnson, what do you think that means for us if some of the DNA is similar, but some of it is different?
So basically, you said some of them similar, some are different. I mean, there are two different people, like two different types of animals. So like it wouldn't be salmon anymore. It would be like another animal.
That's a good guess. But both of these, we know they are both salmon. So we're just trying to see what does the similarities and differences tell us about these salmon.
Would it be like the physical characteristics?
Say it again.
Would it be like the physical characteristics?
It does relate to that because you're right that if they had the same DNA, they would have similar characteristics. But let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
What I see here is that there are more differences than there are similarities. If there are more differences than similarities, does that mean that they are very closely related or not very related?
They're not very closely related.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're different. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Good. So we know that, well, in this example, they would not be very closely related because their DNA are different lengths, because they're different. Okay.
Right.
I want to point out that this is a fake example. Okay, so this right here didn't actually happen. So I don't know what the DNA of Pacific salmon and Atlantic salmon look like in real life. This was just an example to show you that if the DNA is different, then they are not very closely related. Okay?
Right.
And that's the same thing with paternity tests.
Yep. And that's the same thing that you could theoretically do with a paternity test. Yep. So you
that's it.
Here, you could put in the child's DNA, and you could put in here the parent's DNA, and you could see if they match up similarly or differently. Okay. Cool. Coach, questions for us?
Basically, so I do have a question. So like, when I was looking on the simulation, I'm sorry, I'm in the laundry room, so I had to turn my thing off. When I was looking at the simulations, I had to put like this bar to make the holes inside of the DNA, so the DNA can go inside. What if I don't put the bar inside of it? What happens to the DNA? Would DNA just slide down the gel, or like go inside the gel?
Yeah, exactly. So basically what you were doing with that oops, sorry. I don't know if I cut you off.
No, you wait.
Okay, so basically what you were doing when you put that little metal thing in is you were just creating these holes. Oops. You were creating these holes. If you don't create those holes, then the DNA has nothing to sit inside of, and it would just like sit on top of the gel and it wouldn't work. Nothing would work. Does that make sense?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to turn my Wi-Fi back on. Like I said, it don't matter if you put it at the top or at the bottom or in the middle.
The reason why you would want to put it at the top on this part of it is because you want to give it enough space that the DNA can move through the entire gel, right? If you put the holes in the middle, then it would get to the end and it wouldn't know what to do, right? And all of your DNA would smush together.
Okay. Well, yeah, that answered all my questions.
Cool. That's great.
Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn, for helping me out again.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime.
Thank you.
All right, Coach, let me know if you have any more questions, okay?
Okay, I'll text you.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye-bye. See you guys. See you, Miss Joni.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right.
Okay. Hey, Bree, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So we are doing some trig today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. When you texted, or when Miss Joni texted me that picture of your stuff, I was like, I don't know what this is. So I had to go look it up. So just so you know, y'all are doing some crazy stuff and it's really hard. So I am glad that you asked, but hopefully we can break it down and it won't be so hard after this. Okay.
Okay.
So the first thing that basically what you're doing is they asked you to draw bearings, and then they were talking about the angle of elevation and the angle of depression. Okay. Do you know what these words mean?
Yeah. The angle of elevation is like if you're standing and you're looking up, like if the angle is going up, and then depression is if the angle is falling down.
Cool. Yes, exactly. So I just want to illustrate what that looks like. If I am on a hill right here, right, and my two friends are on these two hills, then I can tell how far away they are based on their angle, right? So I would say, here's the angle. This right here, since I'm looking up, just like you said, this would be the angle of elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then this one, if I want to see how far away this friend is, then I would measure this angle, and this would be the angle of depression, right? Because I'm looking down. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can theoretically figure out these distances based on the angle. That's not what we're doing today, but that is what you're going to get to, or maybe you've already gotten to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. So today we're just talking about drawing these angles. And so I had some examples, but let's skip them because you know what that is. So we're drawing bearings, and I guess maybe I will just define this word bearing. Do you know what this is? This means?
No.
Okay. So the word bearing just means like a position of something relative to a fixed point. Okay.
I know that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We used them to find like certain points to draw the triangles. Like I know that part.
Okay.
I don't really remember exactly. And I know we used that like grid thing, and it was like north, east, south, west for when we got like the numbers or whatever to plot the points. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. So first of all, you talked about this being north, east, south, west. Is there any way that you remember which order these go in? Or you just remember
all the waffles, something like that.
Yeah. So that's how I remember. That's literally how I have remembered it my entire life. It's never eat soggy waffles. And I literally every single time have to go, never eat soggy waffles. Okay, that's north, that's east, that's south. Okay, so it's okay if you do that. I know it's kind of nerdy and embarrassing, but like, it's okay. So these are important. The other important thing to know is that this line is the vertical line, and this line
is horizontal.
Yeah, it's horizontal. Okay, and this is important because when we're talking about how to name or how to draw these things, it refers to the horizontal and the vertical axes. Okay, so let's just jump into it. When you're drawing a bearing, it's going to be written in a format that looks something like this. So what this has is the vertical direction, and then it has the angle measure, and then it has the horizontal direction, or the horizontal, it should say direction. Okay. So an example of this, a bearing could be north 55 degrees west. Okay, so it has all of our parts here. It has the horizontal part, it has the vertical part, and it has the angle, which is the 55 degrees. Okay. So the other important like background information stuff, I think you were talking about numbers. Can you like this angle right here from north to east, what degree is that number? How many, what is the degree of that angle?
90.
Yeah, 90. Okay, so this is 90 degrees, and every one of these is 90 degrees, right? Okay, so the whole thing around is 360, right? And this, if you went halfway from here to here, what would that be?
180.
180. Okay, so just, you probably know this, but if people are watching, like remember, or you know when people say like, oh, they took a whole 180, like they did a whole 180 and they turned their life around, right? What that basically means is they turned from here and they turned all the way around. They did a 180 and now they're going in the opposite direction. If somebody said like, oh, they did a 360, they turned their life around in a 360. That doesn't really make any sense, right? Because they would be going around in a whole circle and they would be back where they started.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how I remember like, 180 is just halfway. Right. So you never want to say like, oh, you did a whole 360 turn, like way to turn your life around. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that this is 90 degrees, 90 degrees. Okay. So if we want to plot this bearing right here, I'm going to do it in red. You start with the vertical direction, and that's how you know where you start because it's the first thing. So the vertical direction is north. So I'm just going to draw a line on my north axis right here. Okay. The second thing I need to note is that I'm going 55 degrees, but I could go 55 degrees in this direction, or I could go 55 degrees in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I know which direction I'm going to go is the last direction in my bearing, the west part. So I know that I'm supposed to start north, go 55 degrees in the west direction. This is west.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when I was like figuring this out, I was like, but I don't have a compass. Like normally you like put a thing on, right? And you draw the line. But I realized that you can just reason it out pretty easily, right? Because if this is 90 degrees, that whole thing, then half of it is what?
45.
Yeah, 45 degrees. Okay, and if half of it is 45 degrees and we need to go 55 degrees, then we just go a little bit over from the 45. Okay, so I can sort of, if you have a compass, that's obviously better, but we're using a computer, and so I can imagine that maybe you don't. So I would just draw the line like this. Okay, so this angle right here is 55 degrees. And this bearing that I just drew, all the red lines, that is north 55 degrees west.
So how would that translate? Like if I already have like a triangle and I had to find the bearing on the triangle or something, like another point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I'm trying to ask. Like,
well, if you know 2 points or 2 angles on a triangle, let's say that I knew this angle was 90 degrees and this angle was 10 degrees,
mm-hmm.
right? All of the degrees in a triangle have to add up to what number?
180.
Yeah. So I can just add these 2 together. So this would be 100 and I could subtract it from 180. And I would know that this angle right here has to be 80 degrees.
Right.
Is that what you were asking?
No, I don't really know what I'm trying to ask. Like, this, don't you know how, oh, hold up. Scary one. I'm trying to.
Uh-oh, am I frozen? Is my internet the problem here?
I don't know. Were you speaking? I didn't hear you.
Maybe.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, if you can hear me, I'm gonna get off and get back on because I think I'm the problem here.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I wish I could help. Yo, all this stuff is interesting though. That triangle though was real easy. I thought it was about to be hard when she explained. Once she explained, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that's easy.
No, that part is easy. I'm trying to think of what I don't know because I just took this quiz the other day and I did not do well on it at all.
Oh, so you should take a picture of the quiz.
I already took it. I
one of the problems.
I can't open it back up.
Oh, dang.
It was last week. I did good on myself this week, but because this week was like, I don't remember what this stuff be called, but it was something. Not that. Not that.
That's great. There you go. You back now.
Yeah, I don't know. My internet was not working. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was in the ghetto. It's fine.
Happens to the best of us. Okay. Bree, do you have?
I have a word problem.
You have a word problem? Okay, let's talk it out. I can't guarantee that I will know how to do it, but we can try it out.
Okay. It says the bearing from A to C is S 52 degrees E.
Wait, okay. The bearing from A to C is what?
East. Like S52E.
S52 east.
Yes.
Okay.
And the bearing from A to B is N84E.
North 84 degrees east. Okay. Yeah. And so it's asking from what is the bearing from C to B?
No, it's not done yet.
Oh my gosh. Okay, keep going.
The bearing from B to C is south 38 degrees west. It then says a plane is flying at 250 miles per hour and takes 2.4 hours to go from A to B.
How many hours? 2.5?
2.4.
2.4. Okay.
Find the distance from A to C.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is what I was confused on. And the way that they drew it, it was like they drew it from the verticals, like they had the vertical lines. And then I'm just going to show you what's on my computer. How do I switch the camera? Can you see?
1 second. Make it bigger. Okay. Let me try to reproduce that. This is uncharted territory for me, just so you know. Not totally sure what's happening here, but we'll figure it out. Okay, we've got B up here. We've got A, got 84 degrees.
Johnny, why did your face look?
Cause this is like, sheesh, it looked like some architectural stuff.
And then, oh, it gives us this distance up here. Oh, this is 600 miles.
Yeah, I feel like this is the answer, but I just don't know how they got this part.
Well, aren't they asking us what the distance is from A to C? They're giving us the distance from A to B, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, so they already drew it for us. So really all of this information up here, like, I think we're gonna need it, but we don't need it because we are not right now because we already drew it out. So, okay. A to B is 600 miles. So we can figure out, why do they tell us what time? Why do they tell us the time? This is my question. 250 miles per hour. Okay. Have you been using SOHCAHTOA?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember how to use it, but can you tell me what you know? Because maybe we can use that to figure it out.
Sine, cosine, and tangent.
Mm-hmm. And what are each of those? Sine is what over what?
So opposite over hypotenuse,
Okay.
adjacent over hypotenuse.
And then opposite over adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay. And it wants us to figure out the distance from A to C. Okay, and you're teaching me here, but when you're using sine, cosine, and tangent, when it's referring to opposite over hypotenuse, is it referring to angles or distances?
Distances.
Okay.
Because it's the angle, it would be like
The
if
angle is sine.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if we do A, I don't know what the angle
Got it. Okay.
could be.
So, well, knowing that, okay, so
8. But that.
Okay, so see this, what I just
Oh, wait,
outlined to people? We can figure out.
Isn't that what is 52?
Say it again.
Like, would an angle C be 52 because on that line, like, since they're adjacent? That makes sense.
I would think that you would need to figure out what this angle is, right? Because you have this distance, which would be the I don't know, is it the hypotenuse or the adjacent? I don't know. But like, if you know this and you know this angle, couldn't you figure out this distance?
Yeah.
But which one would you use, sine, cosine, or tangent?
If you had angle A.
Yeah. And you were looking for, and you were comparing these two lines.
Cosine.
Okay.
I think.
Which one is, so which line is the hypotenuse? How do you know which one is the hypotenuse?
I really don't know which one is hypotenuse. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see. 90. I wonder if, okay. So let's start by figuring out these angles and seeing if that helps us. So if I wanted to figure out this angle right here, how would I do that? I know that this whole line, remember, like we talked about, is 180, right? That whole angle is 180.
Right.
So I could do 180 minus 84 minus 52, right? And that's going to give me this missing angle part right here, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So if I do that, I'm using a calculator right now. 180 minus 84 minus 52. So that gives us 44. So this angle right here is 44.
Gotcha.
Okay. So then we can also figure out what this angle is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how would we do that?
180 minus 38. But we don't have the other one.
We don't, but this angle looks like what?
A 90.
Yeah.
So 90 minus 38?
Yeah, 90 minus 38.
Gotcha.
Which would be 52. Okay. And then, so I guess we could figure out what this one is too then, right? How would we do that?
From 180.
Yeah. So 180 minus 44 minus 52. Minus 44 minus 2 is 84. Okay, so does this help us? I was really hoping that this was going to be a 90-degree angle because that would be helpful to us.
Oh, because we're doing oblique. I forgot to mention that.
Okay. How does that affect our SOHCAHTOA?
Oh,
So, oblique, you said?
yes.
Okay.
So is it a different like law of sine?
Wait, but wouldn't this be acute? Because oblique would mean that you would have an angle above 90 degrees, right?
That's because I don't know.
So I wonder if, gosh, this is hard.
Okay, I don't feel bad that I got a bad grade.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel bad. This is hard stuff.
I was
okay. I'm trying to figure this out, but I do not know. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I was not prepared for this. So why don't I take some time, try to figure it out, and then report back? Is that okay? It will probably take 15 minutes or so, but I'll have to do like a little deep dive in Google, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hit me with a hard one.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I can't help on live right now. But I will get back to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll send you my notes so that you can see it, okay?
Cool.
Okay. Cool. I've failed us, but I'm gonna make it up to us. So we'll figure it out.
You never failed us. You a whole beast. You even got it in the comment. Miss Kaitlyn is a beast. You a whole beast, Miss Kaitlyn. What? This mess is hard.
Yeah, it is hard. Okay.
I'm normally keeping up right there with you. I couldn't.
Okay. I feel determined right now. So I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna look this up and then I'm gonna report back to you. I'm gonna text you some answers, okay?
Yeah, we excited to have this follow up. What, Monday? We see you back Monday.
Oh yeah, I'll be back and I'll have my stuff together that day.
Y'all come back on Monday, man. We're gonna have this stuff together. Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. You are
Sorry
amazing
about that.
always. Man, you good. No apologies needed. You good. This mess was hard.
Yeah, definitely was.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, have a good weekend.
Okay.
See you,
Thank
Beezy.
you.
See y'all.
Bye.
Man, a great session. Y'all know Miss Kaitlyn is a beast. I can't wait to see what she come back with on Monday with that problem. Like, it is crazy. And this is how it is sometimes, y'all, especially when you're doing it like right here live. But that's also why it's important too. Like, when you got stuff, send it to us early so that we can look at it, be familiar with it, and make sure that we got the stuff. But y'all know Miss Kaitlyn gonna beast it out. Cam, what you say? Oblique doesn't have a right angle. Listen, you speaking French to me right now. I don't even know what none of that means. But crazy Coach Johnson done talked me into doing his flexible Fridays. So I'm signing off here, but I'm about to get ready to sign on to Coach Johnson and run them through some little exercise stuff. Y'all know I'm used to exercising in the morning, so this doing stuff in the evening really ain't my cup of tea, but definitely going to make it work. And man, y'all already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success sessions, man. You want to be successful, this is where you come. Cam, what'd you say? Give us a preview. Man, ain't about to be no preview. I told him I'm going light. I'm not doing none of the hard stuff. I'm not doing none of the handstands and all that stuff like that. We're gonna keep it nice and light for the little kiddies. And anybody that's coming to Focus Friday, We're going to do something for Focus Friday. So I will see y'all. Y'all have a great, great weekend. You tell the associates too. Cam, you were crazy. Cam got me dying over here. But y'all have a great weekend. I will see y'all on Monday. Y'all already know what it is, 10 o'clock. Have a great weekend, y'all.